Good evening, everyone. It's Friday, October 31st, 2025, 10 p.m. Central Standard Time here in Champaign, Illinois. You're joining me for our final night of October 2025, our spooky Halloween game marathon. And tonight we are finishing up playing Root of All Evil, which we spent 5 or 6 hours on last night. Had lots of people drop out along the way. So I don't know how many of you have caught up. If you haven't watched part 1, you should stop watching now. It won't make any sense. And in fact, well, we'll talk about where we left off, but let's just catch up with the chat, see how everyone is doing. Wish everyone happy Halloween. YouTube says 19 concurrent viewers. Some quick reminders. On Sunday, we will have our 4th letter of a Dear Holmes case we've been playing called Return of the Ripper. You still have time to catch up for that. And then for the first week of November, during the weekday, I won't be streaming anything. But then on the following weekend, I will do a live Q&A channel update celebrating 5,000 subscribers and 5 years on the channel. I really hope if you've been joining me for playthroughs, you can join me for that update and let me know any questions you have ahead of time. And then we'll see what we want to do for November, but certainly we'll be playing the Medical Mysteries Miami Flatline. I am reminded by someone on the Discord that the Legacy of Eastbrook Hills, a new Kickstarter, just started today that we've been looking forward to on the channel for quite some time by the creator, Sergei Minovich, the creator of Mortem Medieval Detective and the standalone game Mortem something that I'm a huge fan of, and so I've instantly backed that. We will play it when it comes out in 2026. I'm very much looking forward to it. I also want to thank publicly Jonathan Warner, who's been the person who spearheaded these October marathons, and I think we had a pretty good one this year. And Jonathan Warner has been helping schedule them and keep me on track and helping decide what games to play. So let's all give Jonathan Warner some thanks. I don't know if he's going to make it today. All right, so that's the plans going forward. Now, let's talk about what we're going to do tonight. So yesterday we had a long stream and we essentially read through and looked at everything. We did get stuck on some codes and ciphers and had some confusion about how to proceed. So kind of a mixed experience. Most of our time yesterday was spent reading a diary, which was incredible and told an incredible, very creepy story. And then we sort of hit a bit of a brick wall. We hit a bit of a brick wall in terms of understanding the cipher, and then a brick wall in terms of understanding what to do and having a little bit of disconnect. Now, after the stream ended last night, I spent an hour or so thinking about it, and I did figure out the cipher, and I believe I figured out what's missing and why we're confused. So what we're going to do today, my plan for today, is to, you see I've closed the box up, I've put everything back in it. Yesterday we focused on the diary, so I thought what we do today is basically do a recap of everything. Take a look at all the items first, and then go through the diary quickly and recap our story. And when we get to the ciphers and the part we didn't understand, I'll fill you in on my theories. Does that sound like a reasonable plan? Does anyone else want to... Well, I guess if you've got theories, I have solved the cipher, but there's another code we haven't solved and some other ideas. So when we get to that, feel free to jump in and let me know what you were thinking overnight. But let's do a recap from the very start. They've got a letter that's sealed with this black tree that got delivered after the package, months after the package, I believe. So this is what we will read very last. This may be a little bit of an epilogue. This letter is, we're told, to open after we've finished the experience. So we won't be opening that until the very end. So we've got some surprising new stuff to see before we finish. And this was what got us started. Let's look at this again. In November 1885, a small quiet town in northern Michigan was forever changed. What started as a noble gesture would plunge the town into the depths of hell. Stories of a haunting, sights of ghosts and demons, murders and disappearances have woven together in fact or fiction, depending on who's telling the story. In the year 1885, the Northern Michigan Asylum was built in this little town. The grounds were enhanced with lush trees from all over the world, while the buildings were filled with all the misfits plagued with diseases of both the mind and body for over 100 years. Hence the recipe for scores of dark legends of terror and mayhem. One of the trees, a black willow, still inhabits the grounds. Today it is referred to as the hippie tree, but back then it was known by a different, darker name. That's where our story begins. Objective, locate the ritual and perform it. Okay, so that's our goal, is to locate this ritual, which we certainly have heard about, but we never really figured it out. Now, we've also got this wording here that we didn't figure out, we think is probably Latin. There was some suggestion that we might be able to take an etching of it. I'm not sure if that's really going to be possible. And I don't really know how to do that, but let me see if I can get that to work. Hmm. All right. Any new thoughts about what this says? Probably Latin. I don't know if this is any easier to read than it is directly on here. This seems like this might be easier to read. Any new ideas about what this says? Neunguam Perev. Don't know. Probably doesn't matter. Probably something like don't open the box, or the box is the gateway to hell, whatever we thought it meant. All right, regardless, if anyone has any thoughts on that, let me know. Okay, so remember, we have seen all of this, but we're just gonna these are very sharp nails. Okay. And then we have this note on the back that says, "It has been released. No matter how fast you close it, it is too late. Now you must fix what you have done. You will lose everything and everyone you love. Follow each step carefully, and you may save some. Be ever vigilant. Evil surrounds you. It mocks you. Evil does not take the opener. He waits for the opener to give himself up to him willingly." And then it says something ad infernum, which we think is like the gate to hell, something like that. Okay, I did peel this back to see if there was something else under that. No luck there. All right, now we have looked at all these, but I'm going to explain them as we go through them. The first document we got was the intake form for Dora Whitmore. And the story, as we came to understand it, is that this box belonged to Dora Whitmore, a schizophrenic woman who abandoned her family, was committed in this asylum in 1933. And she is the mother of the pastor who this story is about, whose diary we read. So we're just told that she has schizophrenia, she's been committed, she's left her family. Doesn't feel like there are too many important details here. And then we have the diary of the pastor, which we'll talk about in a second. But first, let's talk about the newspapers. In the newspapers, we learn about Dora Whitmore. And here is the paper from 1935, where Dora Whitmore was found dead in the asylum on March 8th. In solitary confinement, we don't know how she died. No one knows. When we look at the diary, we see, in fact, sorry, not the diary. When we look at this Bible that is in her box, we noticed that she has written her name on the day she died. And we have previous names all the way back to 1842, I guess. And then we have the latest name, Frances Whitmore, 11/13/1948. And that's who got possession of the box and whose diary we read as most of our experience. So Bible passed down from family to family. We also learn about this weird tree that is occasionally, seems like it's dead for decades, and then occasionally it sprouts flowers in the winter, which might correspond to when people are dying. In the newspaper, we hear about another death in 1947, a guy who got his head cut off in an elevator when his necklace got caught in the gate. And we hear about a fraud con artist guy who's disappeared with his money. It's going to turn out that these people, one in 1947 and one in 1948, these dead people are written about in the diary and are killed by the same killer or by the same curse. We've got a couple of photos here. We're not told what they are, but we believe this is probably the asylum. We didn't really study it for looking for anyone in a window or anything, or any text that might be hidden, or any spirits, but we think it's just an image of the asylum and nothing on the back. We've also got a photo of our diary writer, Frances Whitmore, and his sister Claire. Francis and Claire as a child. And a photo of Francis Whitmore as an adult. A very creepy photo. Seems to be like almost like ghost-like. We think these might be sermons planned for the Mass, or they could be codes. We don't know. Don't know exactly what the rest of this is. Again, nothing on the back. So there's our photos. Remember, this is the mother's box, but it's also got some stuff that Francis seems to have put in it. We saw the telegram to the father, Francis's father, Carl Whitmore, when the mother died in 1935, March 9th. Sorry to inform you the passing of Dora Whitmore. All right. Now, I guess we're going to go through the rest of the contents in the box. At some point, well, let me just overview this diary. Most of our experience has been reading through the diary of Francis Whitmore from the time he got his first assignment in October 1945 until 1948 when he dies. In this diary, we learn he's not a very nice guy. He's kind of mean and bitter and an asshole. Early on, though, someone puts this box on his desk. He thinks to taunt him. It's his mother's box. And what he says is that his mother was schizophrenic about this box. She wouldn't let anyone ever open it. She insisted on having it with her at all times. She was buried with it. So he wonders, how did this box end up on his desk? Is someone at this new rectory trying to put him on tilt, upset him? How did they find out about his past? No one knows that he's the son of the crazy woman at the asylum. And he hates everyone in the asylum. But that's the context for this box. Got a translation of the text from the top of the box. Ne unquam affaire vive, Latin meaning never bring back or never take away. Interesting. Okay, back to the box. So at various points he has reasons to go into this box. At some point, he meets a girl, and he's almost ready to leave the faith to propose to her, and he goes into the box, and he finds his mother's wedding ring. That's what this is. He also finds some weird stuff that we're not 100% sure all of it where it came from, but he finds a rosary. I think this must have been his mother's rosary. There are skulls on it. We're not exactly sure. That's her necklace. We're not exactly sure whether these skulls would have been appropriate or added. I think maybe the diary might be a little hard for you to see this. The diary might talk about someone sneaking in and modifying it and putting these skulls on it. So maybe we'll look at that when we find the diary entry for it. But here's a rosary, nothing else in this container. Remember, this is mostly stuff in his mother's box, but some of it is he may have added. All right, we found this cross that we still don't know what the origin of it is. Maybe we'll try to keep our eye open in the diary for reference to this, but it has a code on it. It looks like a Pigpen code or Rusticration code or something like that. I have not decoded this yet. We'll have to decode it today in today's session. So we'll come back to that. We also found this little chalice wrapped in ancient, whatever this is, cheesecloth. It doesn't seem to have any writing. Wrapped up in it is a vial which was empty when we played and has somehow become filled with red liquid. We think this might be blood. So we will put this to the side. We've also found this bottle of holy water. We think these might be part of some ritual that we're going to have to perform. We found this weird Q-tip with blood on it, probably again part of some ritual. We found a sealed note. I'm going to get back to this when we read that part in the diary. We found a letter to Francis from his sister Claire. I am again going to save that until we're ready to work on the codes. We found a very weird envelope with just some blank white silk-like pieces of paper. We didn't know what to make of it. I'm now thinking these might be related to some ritual we have to perform. So I'm going to put these with the ritual here. There's this single little fortune cookie-like thing. It says, "For it is written, cursed is everyone that hangeth on a tree." Galatians 3:13. No idea what that's about, so we'll put this over here. Okay, and then we've got little greenery plant stuff, which is very creepy. We've got a false bottom of our box and a tree image in it. Doesn't look like there's any text. It's just an image of a tree, so we'll get back to that. We've got a whole bunch of folded papers which have sheet music. Little Boy Blue, Mistress Mary, Baa Black Sheep, Peter Pumpkin Eater, Little Jack Horner. These are all nursery rhymes. Humpty Dumpty, Goosey Gander. They all have dates on them. These come up referenced in the diary with new lyrics, but maybe we should put these in order. We'll get to them in a bit. They might be for the ceremony, they might not be. One of the weirdest, creepiest things we found, in addition to what's in the false bottom, is this bag. This bag is full of mementos. They're mementos from all the people that died over the course of Francis's diary. We've got a finger rosary that you would use to count and say prayers. We've got a little rosary you would count in your hand to say prayers. We've got a ring. This belonged to the con artist. Ostentatious ring. We've got a little pin. We are missing a token. There's the token that Francis gave to this drunk to help him stay sober. So as the diary writer, Francis talks about these parishioners who end up dead, after they die, like a few days later, he inevitably finds a little memento of theirs by this tree. He wonders if the killer is leaving them there for him, or is this magical supernatural thing, or, as we think, is he killing them in some supernatural or some psychotic fugue split personality state, and then leaving these for himself to find. We don't think they have any significance other than being very creepy keepsakes, but maybe they're going to be part of the ritual. Maybe we will have to add something of our own. Maybe one of these is actually Francis's. Maybe that's what this one is, this pin. They're pretty cool looking. I want to see close up. They're all metal. There's a pin. There's a little crucifix medallion. There's the ring. They're all tarnished and old. Remember, they're hundreds of years old. There's the finger rosary. That's a weird one. I guess that's a real thing. Got some Latin on it. What does it say? Something of grace, full of grace. Hail Mary, full of grace, it says. Hail Mary on the top, full of grace. Okay, anyway, let's put these back in here. So the last thing in the box was in the false bottom. And towards the very end of the diary, he says he goes looking for something his mother hid in the box. And in fact, we find it. We find a little bag and some folded notes. And that's the entirety of the box. So the folded notes are old nursery rhymes dating from before our pastor gets the box. They're nursery rhymes that we think correspond to dates of previous people that owned the Bible and were killed. So here's 1842, 1861. Here, the first two. Then we have, here's our 1889 here, Henry Jones. Margaret Johnson, 1913. This would be Florence Margaret Williams in 1928. And then Dora Whitmore herself, the mother, here in 35 with Little Bo Peep. So one little sheet for each person presumably killed in this curse before it got to Francis, including Francis's mother. So this is like his mother's notes. And then these are the notes that Francis are related to Francis's people who died during the course of our diary. We've got before we got hold of it, people dying, and after we got hold of it, people dying. Someone mentioned yesterday that the victims might match the 7 deadly sins, and they do seem to match. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a very good observation. Okay, now, assuming we're basically caught up with the items, it's time to look at the diary. Jamie says, something I was curious about. We only have the original cipher on the note to Francis. Everyone else's cipher note is missing from their matching music. That's absolutely true. I'm not sure what that means, but we will get to that in a second. Okay, so here we have a diary which begins with a quote from Sir Francis Bacon. That's going to be important in a bit when I explain something to you. Okay, we're going to walk through the diary now very quickly, recapping here. Okay, so he gets his new job. He says his father and sister are not coming to visit him. He says he can't believe they've put him in this asylum. Maybe do they know about his mother being here? He hopes not. Okay, he doesn't like the current father preacher here. He feels he's above it all. He hates the asylum crazies. He finds a tree that he quite likes. He makes some notes about the... He's sort of apprenticing to the pastor who's currently there, Father Wrigley, who's going to leave. With my first sermon fast approaching, I'm at odds as to what to speak about. And he's made some notes. These parishioners are like the tree that produced the evil fruit. This flock can only save themselves by casting out their institutionalized relations and throwing themselves on God's mercy. This guy's really quite creepy. All right. He says he gave his first sermon. Father Wrigley, he met this crazy woman who's shouting. It took him back to to his mother. He got a letter from his sister. He had a terrible dream of a mental patient turning into his mother. He says his mother never even touched them. She was a terrible wife, a terrible mother. She was all consumed with her calling. Prior to arriving here, I hadn't given a thought in years. This place is bringing out memories I prefer to stay buried. He's complaining about Father Wrigley again. He's avoiding him. He doesn't want to have to deal with the crazy people. Here's where he finds the box on his desk. 2 items, the box and the form, which we found in the box, but we think is basically his mother's intake form. And he's like, how did they find the box? I thought it was buried with her, etc. Okay, then he gives a sermon. Father is leaving. He's taking over, which he's very happy about. He writes a letter to his sister. He's complaining about people, various people he doesn't like. He doesn't like anyone at this place. Mild winter. He needs wood. He's complaining about the person delivering the wood, etc., etc. Wondering about the box again. How did I end up with it? He had to go in the asylum. Okay. Then he sees a woman. February 8, 1946. So he's been there since November of 45. In February, he sees a woman. I saw a woman standing down the hill near a large willow tree. Just seeing her reminded me I'm a man. Although intrigued, I feel I must avoid her. And he starts to have bad dreams. He's talking bad about people, but he's thinking about the woman. 1946, he's listening to Winston Churchill on the radio. He says it's not safe with all these crazy people walking about. He's keeping his journal on him at all times so no one has access to it, so the crazy people don't steal it. He sees the woman again. She's at Mass. She's quite a presence. I allowed myself one quick glance. Once I noticed it was she. I wonder to whom she belongs. He's in charge, and he's thinking about the woman more and more. Baptism, various people. He goes to the bookstore. He buys a book by a Jew. He was searching. I stepped into the pulpit. I found myself searching the congregation for her face. When my gaze fell upon her, my heart stopped. When she smiled, it took my breath away. I don't even know her name, but I am enchanted with her. He's really falling for this woman. I'm certain the young woman will be there. I'm trying to formulate a reason to approach her. Yes, she was at Mass. I failed to talk to her. And so on. And then he says, today was a surprise. Here's June. And very interesting. The young woman I have written about was waiting for me. She introduced herself as Anna, held my hand longer than was necessary. I think she is taken with me. She explained our encounter as an opportunity to have me bless this necklace. This is one of the necklaces, one of the keepsakes we see. She turns her back to him and asks him to put it on. He gets jealous. He thinks for a second it could be from an admirer of hers, but it's not. She says it's a gift from her grandmother. He's got plans to ask her to go on a walk. He hasn't seen her. He's walking around hoping to find her. Then he does find her and talk to her. They go for a walk. I can see she enjoys my company. They plan to meet. They've been going on more walks. Anna and I have yet to encounter anyone at all at the tree. I asked Anna why that is, and she explained that most patients are afraid of it, referring to it as the gateway to hell. Then another little biddy in the church comes in to the confessional, and he says, I got to be more careful with Anna, otherwise people are going to start gossiping. So they're walking after dark, so no one notices them. They held hands. Tonight we held hands. I'm sure I'm falling in love with her. I'm confident she feels the same. Here they are. He's drawn them holding hands. They always meet in the rectory, but now I don't know where she lives. I wanted to prolong our visit, offered to walk her home. She declined. Struck me as odd. Doesn't know where she lives. Okay, he's complaining about the cleaning of the church. And he says, Anna's, seems she is filling in for Miss Pierce. Okay, just more talk about people in the church. Here he is drawing Anna, looking a little seductive. Anna and I have grown very close over these past few months. I'm definitely smitten. Perhaps I was impulsive in choosing my career path. I never anticipated meeting anyone like Anna. I may have to rethink my plans for the future. So he's thinking about leaving the church for Anna. I'm at odds with my conscience. I know my heart belongs to Anna, but I've taken a vow of celibacy. I'm going to have to renounce that if I want to be with her. He says, maybe I'll write my sister and ask advice. Then he makes some racist comments or something. Had a letter from Claire. She wasn't judgmental about me saying leaving the church. She says, all things happen for a reason. Trust yourself. I've been considering purchasing a ring for Anna. I wonder what happened to my mother's wedding ring. Maybe it's in the box. And he opens the box. This is the first time he probably opens the box to get the ring. That may have been what cursed him. Tonight, I opened Mother's box to check for her ring. This is when things may have gone wrong. It was there. Now I'm almost positive I'm going to ask Anna to be my wife. I haven't thought it out completely, but my heart is bursting with anticipation. And then he says, then something weird happens. The last person in the confessional this evening was whispering. I must have dozed off because I didn't hear them enter. I couldn't understand a word that was spoken. I'm assuming it was a male as the voice appeared deep. It's a devil's voice. I requested him to speak up, but to no avail. He went on in a sing-song manner. Again, I must have dozed off because I didn't hear him leave. No one else entered, and I returned to the rectory. I wonder who it was. And then he's drawn this drawing of Anna that is a very naughty drawing. It's her in a sleeveless very low cut, very cut in the side so you could see her bare body. And he's drawn the shape of her very generous bosom. So he is having very impure thoughts here. The next day after this person in the confessional, the cleaning woman hands him a wax-sealed note that was found in the confessional. It's labeled Goosey Goosey Gander, except it has a handwritten verse on it that does not match the nursery rhyme. Lucy, Lucy Gander, whither does she wander? Into church and out of church, and to the chosen's chamber. There she met a pious man and struck up an affair, turned his world upside down and left him in despair. Seems to be referring to Anna. He says, very odd indeed. But the person who dropped it there is probably going to want to come back for it and puts it in the lost and found. And he says, okay, so 2 weeks later, he says, today's the day I'm going to go ask her to marry me. And he says, then he follows up and he says, something bad happened. I was late. I was nervous she might have already left. As I crested the hill, I saw her. She was nervously fingering her necklace as she paced around the tree. The moonlight shone on her hair like a halo. And at that moment, I was certain I was making the right decision. I picked up my pace, but when I reached the tree, she was gone. I just don't understand why she would leave. She must have known my intentions. Perhaps she panicked. I did find her necklace, the tiny gold cross under the tree. She will be heartbroken, thinking that she lost it. I'll keep it safe until I see her again. Okay, so he thinks he sees her. He's going to propose to her. When he gets there, all he finds is her necklace. Remember that her necklace, tiny gold cross, this is one of the items in here. It's this, I suppose, this cross. It looks more silver than gold, but maybe it's this one. No, this isn't a necklace. Oh, no, it's not that one. That's right. So this is it. It is goldish. Looks a little silver on camera, but it is gold. Okay, so this is Anna's necklace that he helped put on her neck, and he's found it at the tree. As the days go on, he doesn't see her. She's not at church. She's not coming to mass. It's been a week. I don't know what's going on. It's getting winter. He got a letter from Claire. She says, all things happen for a reason. Don't stress. It'll all work out. He's starting, this is now a month later. Still no Anna. Why? What's happened to her? Where has she gone? He can't keep his mind straight thinking about her. He put some flowers at the tree for Anna. He thinks he sees buds on the tree, which doesn't make any sense. Why would the tree be budding in November? All of a sudden, a couple days later, police come asking about Anna. He decides not to tell them about their walks and not to tell them about the necklace found at the base of the tree. He says, my heart will heal up. And in fact, he's come to realize that it was a test from God. My heart will heal, and I'll be thankful for the second chance that I've been given. I do have her necklace to remember her by. I understand now Anna was a test to my loyalty. Again, I have passed the test and proven that I am worthy. So he says, this was temptation to lead him away from God, and he passed the test. Even though he didn't really pass the test, did he? He was trying to marry her. She disappeared. He hears about a fire where a whole bunch of people killed. And he says people jumped from their deaths from fire. This is probably a real fire at a real hotel. And then he says, hey, I discovered a note on the path. And when I put it on the box of lost items, I noticed the odd note that the poem was still there. He says, I was so sure someone would return for it. He gets another letter from Claire, who wants him to come home. He says no. He crosses paths with one of his parishioners, Eva Cortad. No way to avoid her. She's talking to him. He's annoyed by her. She's screeching. She's got a bad voice. Weather's cold, puts him in a bad mood. But he likes the holiday lights. Okay. Then he sees James' children, which he doesn't think is safe. He sees another of his parishioners' children. Someone brings him cookies, and he remarks that the woman bringing him cookies has this big fat daughter, Bertha, who would have eaten all of his cookies if she got the chance. Candlelight service. He's glad they didn't talk too much. He writes a sermon. He went to see It's a Wonderful Life. He liked it. He says the crazies are going to come out now that the weather is nice. He had an encounter with Hank Cowell. He was nursing a bottle of spirits on the step of the church. In a noble gesture, I gave him the pocket token that my father had gifted me years ago. He's talking about this. It's just this little token that's gotten all rusted over. He says, that father gave me years ago. I pray Hank uses it to ward off his yearnings for the bottle. It apparently worked for my father. Although I don't drink, I've carried it all these years to remind myself that I'm better than both my parents. They were weak. I will never in my life stoop to their level. Eva was at confession. He's surprised no one has strangled her because she's so annoying. Then he says, hey, the whisper came back from the confessional. Can't even tell what language he's speaking. He doesn't seem to hear or understand anything I say. He rambles on and on. It's always the last one in. I exited. I tried to find him. I hope I never find him again. But apparently this whisperer has left a new note. This one is Humpty Dumpty, and he's added new verse. Humpty Dumpty managed to fall kicking and screaming and fighting them all. All of the people came out from within, but he was so angry he just spat at them. Then he says, it's probably just another crazy. And then he wakes up and he's in a great mood. The sun is shining. It's a beautiful day, 50 degrees. Spring is here. Oops. Hank Cowell's remains were discovered in a pond on the grounds. This is the guy that he gave his token to, the drinker, the alcoholic. His remains were discovered. Likely in a drunken state, he stumbled into the pond and drowned. I regret giving him the pocket token. Some people just can't be helped. And then he says, while I was preparing for the Mass, I looked back at those two notes that were found in the confessional, the poems. He noticed, actually, that some of the letters are bolded out. He goes back to the first note he got. No, sorry, this is the first note. And the new note, he noticed the same thing. Some of the letters are bolded. He's sure that's significant, but he doesn't know how. I still suspect this is the work of some crazy. I'll keep them in my desk in case someone comes looking for them. He goes for a walk. He has a strange encounter with a dog who's barking at that black willow tree. Dog runs off. He's looking for, what is the dog barking at? He can't see anything. But guess what he sees? The token. It's by the tree. I did, however, find my dad's pocket token lying against the trunk of the tree. In his drunken state, Cowell must have dropped it on his way to the pond. Had there been any snow around the tree, I never would have spotted it. I noted that there are leaves on the branches. The tree is sprouting well, I guess it's summer now, but it's sprouting leaves. I'm not an arborist, but I do believe it is much too early for them. But I'm glad to have gotten my token back. And he's drawn the dog that he saw. They have their service. He's not very happy. Lots of people, lots of friends, probably all drinking buddies, he thinks sarcastically. And then he's preparing a new sermon. Okay, so I think what we're going to do now is I am going to explain the code. And we're going to see lots more notes, and as we do, we'll look at how they decipher. I'll explain the code, and then we'll take a little bit of a break, yeah? Okay. Now, we tried a bunch of ways to decode it. We noticed two big clues, I guess. One big clue, maybe. The big clue was that there are, in addition to the bold letters, there are periods like at the beginning and then randomly in the middle of this last word. In the second note, again, a period at the beginning, no period in the middle of a word, but odd that there's like some extra letter. Now, before I explain the code, I want to do two things. I want to give anyone a chance in the chat who has questions before I tell you the answer to ask if anyone has any questions about it. And then I'll explain how I figured out the code. Okay, so we've got a question from Jonathan. Does the code involve the physical rosary? No, it does not. Okay, let me explain the code. Now, we tried to make sense of it. We wrote down all the bolded letters. We couldn't figure out a word it would be. We looked for shifts. I think there was a very astute observation made, I think, by DJ Moneycut last night. And he said, you know, it's not that easy to hide a message in plain text like this. Like, you're very constrained. And I said, yeah, it's true. But again, if you're writing a short message, you can string together letters. But it is a little difficult. You know, I mean, for example, if you needed a Z in your note, like, where are you going to find it? There's no Z. We played a little bit around with, is this a Caesar shift cipher? Later on, he says the dates are important, so we were trying to think, is there something like February 29, meaning it's a 29 shift? We tried a bunch of things. We couldn't make it work. Now, the key, no pun intended, I shouldn't use the word key. The critical clue actually comes from the sister's letter. So the sister writes him a letter. He writes to the sister telling her about these weird bolded things, asking for her advice. And in 1948, so this is like a year after this, but we're jumping back and forth. Year after, the sister writes a note that we don't think he ever sees, but here's what the note says. She says, "Dear Francis," this is from the sister Claire, "I've been trying to ring you for several days. I pray Mrs. Peters has not fallen ill. I hope you are well. It's been much too long since we have spoken. You always have a special place in my heart. After all, you are my only brother, and with both mother and father gone, the father has died by this point in 1948. You're all the family I have." Okay. "I was reaching out regarding the rhyme you sent me last year. I happened upon it while cleaning out a desk. I suspect I was originally so taken back by the abhorrent language that I didn't recognize it for what it is, a cipher or code. I am fairly certain that the bold and regular letters make up a pattern, and that the periods represent where to start and finish. I admit my curiosity got the best of me, and I tried unsuccessfully to decode the hidden message. I know that it is not binary or Morse code, but I believe it must be something similar. By now, I'm sure you have worked this out on your own, but I wanted you to know that I hadn't forgotten you. Please phone me on it, or at least drop a short note letting me know that you are well. Okay, we read this, but we didn't take it all that seriously. She says, it's not binary or Morse code, but it's something similar. Periods are stop and end, and it's a pattern. And I think where that clicked with me is the idea that the letters aren't important. In other words, what we're looking at here, is that the only thing that's significant is basically we've got a bold, and then we've got 3 non-bolded, and then we've got a bold, and then 2 non-bolded, and then we've got 3 bolded, and then 2 non-bolded, and then a bold and 3 non-bolded. Almost like it's Morse code, like dot, dash, 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 dot, dash, dash, dot, 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 dash, dash, dot, dash, dash, dash. Okay, so you can see why that's appealing, because it makes sense of this period, like that's when the message stops. The letters don't matter. That's the key insight here, that we've got some sort of code where the actual letters don't matter. We're just getting like this. And you might even think about, this is why she says it's almost binary. You might imagine writing this as if it were binary, and writing this something like 1 0 0 0 1 0 0 1 1 1 0 0 1 0 0 0. So you could imagine translating this into a binary code where the bold letters are 1s and the non-bolded letters are 0. So 1 0 0 0 1 0 0 1 1 1 0 0 1 0 0 0. So this is very close. The system is going to be very close to a binary code. We call it stenography when we hide a message in plain to make it look like there's no message. It's in plain text, but the boldness is like the binary ones. Now you could try to make sense of it like this. And maybe if we had looked at all our messages and counted them, what we would have seen is that every message, if you look at the length of it where the period stops, every message is a multiple of 5. So in other words, the total length is something like 35 letters or 40 letters or 45 letters when you count the number of letters between the periods. That might have been a clue to us that the break in letters is every 5. It's not every 5 per on each line, but basically that we can break it up into 5-digit long letters. So it's not ASCII, it's not an 8-bit code, but a 5-bit code. Now, That's as much as I figured out totally on my own. Then I went on the internet and I searched for binary codes, cipher codes, and I found something that immediately jumped out. It was called the Bacon Code, invented by Francis Bacon. Now, why does that jump out? Well, because at the very start of this diary is a quote by Sir Francis Bacon. So when I saw that, I knew that's what we've got. If you look at the Bacon Code, Francis Bacon's code, invented in 1605, you see that it was specifically designed so that you could write a letter using two typefaces. In our case, we have bold and non-bold. If you were using type, you might use an italic and a plain or whatever. And basically, it's every letter has a binary code. So if you wrote it as zeros and ones, here's your A, your B, your C. You can see you only need 5 digits because you're only going up to the letter Z. There's an alternative way to do it as well. And so here it is, just representing like the A's are the plain text and the B's are the bolds, etc. And here he is with his original explaining how this works. Now, well, this is pretty painful to do by hand, but there's plenty of online ciphers, online tools to do it. So I basically went in and typed out each of these messages in terms of 1001, 000, 111, etc. for each of our messages. So let me find these two, Humpty Dumpty and Lucy Goosey. Okay, so here they are. I've scanned and printed and written out the translation I got, the secret message. So what is the secret message here? It says, she is a slut, ruled by sex, lust is her sin. So confirming the theory that these are the deadly sins that these people are being punished for. Now, we thought we might see the name of the person to kill or some instruction like go kill this person, but instead it's a little bit of a mean, nasty note saying how to identify this person that's going to be killed, and described in a very mean, nasty way. She's a slut ruled by sex, lust is her sin. That's the note before Anna gets killed. And here is the Humpty Dumpty note, which translates to an angry drunk, wrath is his sin. So first person was killed for lust. Lust is the sin and wrath is the sin. So this person is killing people for their sins. All right, so that's the deciphered message, and we'll look at the rest of them. There's no secret instructions in these ciphers. They're just sort of angry notes about these sinners. All right, does that make sense? Does everyone follow the deciphering? It's pretty cool to see this secret message. It makes sense. I don't love that it's essentially only doable with an internet or a huge amount of patience, and it's pretty error prone. If you miss one digit, everything gets messed up, but it was figure outable. And a real cipher. Okay. First 2 murders done. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll continue our recap through the diary. You can let me know. Well, it doesn't matter if you don't like this system. This is what we're doing. We're going through the diary with our recap. We'll look at the ciphered message. And then I'll tell you the solution, I believe, for our ritual. But I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, in the chat, Dennis says, he says in the diary his rosary was manipulated, so that must also contain a code. A typical rosary is one single bead followed by 10 Hail Mary. Can we see this rosary again? Yes, we can. Do we want to... I was going to say, should we wait until the diary tells us where he mentions that his rosary was manipulated, but we might miss it. So, okay, let's go ahead. We've got two things that we think might have codes that we haven't solved. At some point in his diary, he says his rosary was manipulated. All right, let's take a look at it. Maybe we need to have it on some white background. All right, so now one thing that comes to mind immediately is, could the skulls be like the periods saying stop and start? And do we again have a binary code? It sort of looks like it, doesn't it? So maybe what we should do, obviously I haven't done this. Let's take this skull as our starting point. Let's see. Let's take the skull as a starting point. And we'll call the squares 1s and the circles 0. So 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, and then we've got another face. 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1. That seems like we've got a bunch of the same numbers. If it's the same Bacon code, we should be looking for blocks of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Okay, that does not look very promising. Of course, this could be Morse code with zeros and ones. Let's go the other way around. I don't know if we should start from here. Hard to know where to start. And this one looks a little more promising, though. The patterns look more irregular. Maybe we'll start here and go up. So if I start from here, from this, I've got 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, till we get to the skull. Now let's see, could that be Morse code or could that be the Bacon code? If it's the Bacon code, we should expect breaks in 5s. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, well, that is broken up into groups of 5 before we get to the skull. Going this way. What about going the other way? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's promising. So going this way from this would be clockwise, counterclockwise would be 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 0, 1. And again, there's our 2 groups of 5. So it's possible that it's, but then this doesn't make groups of 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, it's hard to know how should we read it in what order, but we do have a group of 5 and a group of 5. Of course, it could also be Morse code. But let's check out the Francis Bacon system for this. Of course, we don't, with the Bacon code, you sort of have to decide which is alphabet A and which is alphabet B. So looking at this one, if we were to do it, of course, I used an online tool for the other messages, but let's see if we could just do it this way. If it's A, B, A, A, B, A, B, B, A, B, A, B, B, this would be an M, A, B, A, B, B. And then this would be B, A, B, A, B, B, A, B, A, B. This would be an X. Sorry, an X. That doesn't seem right. B, B, A, A, A. That's not even an option here. Okay. How about B, A, B, A, A, B, A, B, A, A? That would be a W. This would be A, B, A, B, A. A, B, A, B, A, A, B, A, B, A would be an L. A, A, B, B, B would be an H. It's not looking good. Jonathan says, looks like it might be Morse code. Well, let's look at it again. One of the reasons why, yes, okay, Jonathan has saying something that makes sense. He's saying, I think it might be Morse code because it looks like there's variable length of chains between clusters. I think that's a good observation. In other words, those are word breaks. So in other words, these 4 are one word, and then these 3 are a word, and these 3 are a word, these 2 are a word, these 3 are a word. So let's try that. We could open up a Morse code tool. Let's see if we can't just find our Morse code in our little friendly cipher book, which we will soon be returning to for the Pigpen cipher. Okay. Here's our Morse code. Now, of course, it's going to depend where we start. Let's start from here and go this way. So dash dot dash dot dash dot dash dot is C. Move this around as we go. And dot dot dash. You can see this, right? Maybe we do it this way. Okay, dot dot dash is dot dot dash is U. Dot dash dot R. So far, so good. Dot dot is an I. Dash 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 is an O. Ha! We got it. Good work, team. This is going to say curiosity, right? Curie dot 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 is a dot 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 is an S. Dot dot is our I. Dash by itself is a T. Dash dot dash dash is going to be our Y. Well done. Well done to Dennis for insisting that we figure out this code. Okay, let's go and skip up. I guess we're going to skip this. That's going to be a word break. Dash dot dash is K. Curiosity killed, surely. K I. That's going to be an L. L. Dash. Sorry, dot by itself is our E. Dash dot dot is going to be our D. There's our word break. Next word, is it going to be CAT? Dash dot dash dash. Dash dot dash dash. We saw that before, didn't we? Dash dot. Ugh. Curiosity killed you. Dot dash 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 is going to be the O. Dot dot dash is going to be the U. Curiosity killed you. Yikes. All right, well, that's a good job. Good job, Jonathan, recognizing the multi-length chains between them being letter breaks, and really good job for Dennis for insisting we figure out the code of the rosary. Let's keep our eye open for the diary entry where he mentions someone messing with his rosary. Okay, back to our recap of our diary. On Halloween night, Friday, October 31st, 2025. Okay, so there was the dog, there's the funeral. He's preparing sermons. I've always felt a strong connection to the scripture. He's a little bit of a narcissist with a savior complex. Easter Sunday, forced to visit the asylum. He saw some straitjacket person singing to himself. Never ceases to amaze me how inhuman these people are. If he had his choice, he'd keep them all locked up. Spring is in the air. Trees are budding. Someone threw a rock through my window. He's looking at these people hanging out. He doesn't like any of them. He thinks they could be doing horrible stuff. Mother's Day. He never celebrates Mother's Day, but he remembers his sermon is going to be about how women should dress modestly, to be quiet and be in submission. He says, my father tried to teach my mother this, that she never succumbed. Then he thinks he thinks he's got an appointment to give people advice on family matters, but instead Lester Jackson wanted me to appraise a cheap bauble that had belonged to his sister or wife. I don't know what. He says, what am I supposed to be an appraiser of jewelry? His fingernails were a disgust. Okay, then he says, oops, the whisper mumbler is back. And he left a new note. Tried to catch him, didn't work. He just found the note. Peter, Peter, Pumpkin Eater. Okay, let's look at what the decoding of that was. Here is the note. Peter, Peter, Pumpkin Eater, and then it continues and says, cheater, cheater, Pumpkin Eater, had a wife so he beat her. Locked her in a basement cell, and then he threw her down a well. That decodes to killer, greed is his sin. He's a killer, and greed is his sin. So we've got the sin of greed next. Okay, so this guy who wanted us to appraise his jewelry, turns out he killed his wife in the basement and was running off. Lester Jackson's neighbor has reported him missing. Seems Lester's dog was howling all night. The neighbor went over. He's been gone for a while, and they found a week's worth of papers on the stoop. Police came by asking about Lester and his wife. His wife, I told him I didn't even know he had a wife. Apparently, they're gone, and then the newspaper has been, he told him that the wife just left. He sends them to see Eva. Oops, dear God. The police found Lester Jackson's rotted remains today, along with another set of bones in his well. Why anyone was looking down Lester's well in the first place, I'll never understand. And then he says, when he was told about it, he said, I'll have to search around my cottage for the last rhyme left by the Whisper, because I think it mentioned something about a well. He's remembering. And sure, it sure did. It said, beat his wife and threw her down a well. So he's remembering that. He's thinking these notes from the Whisperer seem oddly reminiscent of the facts of killings. He found it. He says, yeah, it did mention a well. I think these notes are talking about these people who are getting killed, he says. He says, I better keep them to myself. I wouldn't want the authorities to jump to the wrong conclusion. Then he's taking a stroll to the tree, and guess what he sees? He sees the pin that he was had been asked to appraise, I guess. Lester's pin. He must have dropped it after our meeting when he was brazen enough to ask me to put a monetary value on it. I doubt it's worth much. Then he gets dropped off another pie by one of his parishioner friends. Everyone's taking up collection to help the family. He does not approve. He does not like it. He says, I know he's, this is a different family. So that was Lester Jackson. And then the congregation tries to collect money for James's family, this other parishioner. And he says he thought the guy was dead. He just learned he's alive and well. Apparently he's a freeloader, at least where his family's concerned. Ordinarily, I would just put little worth in Miss Courtaud's words, but Mr. James came to see me a few weeks sporting an expensive silver cross around his neck. He mentioned he had purchased it for himself for a handsome sum. He wanted me to bless it for him. At the time, I didn't know his family's circumstances. A man like that is a disgrace to humanity, and you can see where this is going. He says the tree's growing well, and he got a letter from another person about another pastor, about an explosion that killed a whole bunch of people. He almost told him about the deaths at his parish, but he decided not to. Too many questions. He got a note from Claire about the rhymes. And he says, I'm not going to worry about the rhymes anymore. I don't know why they're my problem. Maybe the Whisperer is leaving them for Mrs. Peters. It's not my business, he says. If they are meant for her, he'll find another way to get them to her. Labor Day, he says, makes for a 3-day weekend for the working class. My job is too important to allow a day off. Again, he's just a nasty person. Thunder and lightning. He says, why should I even go to the sermon? No one's going to be there. Bad weather. I nearly froze to death. I'll yell at my person soon because they're not bringing enough wood. Oh, the mumbler came back. The whisperer came back. Even before checking the parishioner's side, I knew I would find the sealed note. What is their purpose, and why is he leaving them in my confessional? He says the guy came. He ran out, whatever. Here is this new note. He's selfish and lazy. The family's forlorn. So this is the note. Next note about this one. He's selfish and lazy. The family's forlorn. Their clothes are in tatters. Their shoes are all worn. And where is the man? Should look after their keep. He sits in his chair and pretends he's asleep. So this one decoded to Selfish bore, sloth is his sin. So another of the deadly sins, sloth. And you can guess what happens. Soon after he gets dropped a pie. Oops, turns out he saw in the paper Frank James was strangled yesterday in the Montgomery Ward store. Now, when we saw that, we said, oh, that's weird, because how you can't go strangle someone in public, and this was at a store, not the church. We thought maybe this meant that something supernatural was going on. We did immediately connect it to, oops, I dropped one. We did immediately connect it to the newspaper article about the guy dying in Montgomery Ward. Man was decapitated by an elevator at the Montgomery Ward department store. He couldn't get his necklace untangled. It caught him, pulled his head out of the chains, and the elevator came up and cut his head right off. He says, well, it was his fate. He was a neglectful man. But we did wonder at this point, hey, how is our preacher? We're thinking already the preacher has a split personality. He's crazy. He's killing people. He doesn't even realize it. We thought he wouldn't have been anywhere near this guy. How could he have killed him? Then we turn the next page, and he says, hey, I've invested in a radio for myself. I had been using the one left behind by Father Wrigley, but the last lightning storm shorted it out. I actually visited Montgomery Ward in town to purchase it. I refrained, however, from using the elevator. It seemed to be back in service. So he's been at the store where this guy got killed, and no one says they saw him, so maybe they didn't have any witnesses. Okay, and guess what? Hey, on tonight's stroll, I found Frank James garish cross. I guess that's this one that he bought that's worth some money. I guess we must think this one is Anna's. But this doesn't look like a necklace, so I'm a little confused about that. Maybe it is a necklace. I mean, it's too small for a necklace. I'm not sure. Anyway, he finds Frank's cross by the tree. How can this be? Frank died in town, miles from the asylum. I know the cross was on his neck chain. The newspaper article reported it. I don't know what to think of this, he says. He went to the tree, and it's growing like crazy. An inordinate amount of leaves. Okay. Today's Halloween. There was a knock. It was James' children. Found some cookies, but now I turn off the lights so no one else comes by. He mentions this con artist who's trying to get people to invest, Thomas Blackwell. We know him from the newspaper. Miscellaneous stuff about big to-do, where the cows got out, etc. He saw a grave marker for Covantha Walker, who died in 1932. I don't think we have any significance to that, do we? No one in our diary. Why is her grave marker? And this is way after this box started getting made, so I don't know what this is about. We're seeing a little bit of shine. Are we seeing shining through the cow? No, we're just seeing the faint cow. Huh. Okay. I'm going to make a note of this. Kind of weird that it's so faint. And that it's such a weird tombstone. Weird entry in the diary. Okay. Saturday evening approaches. He's getting more anxious about the confessional. He doesn't want to see another note. And then he went to dinner with one of them. He woke up thinking someone entered my room. Doesn't appear to be anything missing, but my rosary has been tampered with. Who would do such a thing? It must be delinquents. Okay, so this was someone tampers with his rosary. We just decoded it, and it said curiosity killed you. Okay, on we go. Craft sale. He comes back. They ask if he wants a tree and a wreath. He says, I don't have time for that, but you can put a wreath on my tree, on my door. Snow's coming down. He's complaining about the cleaning of the stoop. And then Ivy Tanner died today. This is the person who's been baking for him. And he likes her. She died of natural causes. The killer hasn't killed her. But Ivy owned a lovely finger rosary that she always carried with her. That's this. She wanted Bertha to have it and asked that I get it to her. So he gives this to Bertha, the daughter, the fat, greedy daughter. The church was full for Ivy's funeral. She's been a member for 35 years, but thank God I didn't have to go to the burial. Long day. And then he sees, I was shocked to see Bertha Tanner sitting in the front row. I hadn't expected her to attend. She was sitting next to Thomas Blackwell, the investment guy who's very ostentatious. And then another note comes by the Whisperer. This one is about Baba Black Sheep. And I have decoded that one. It says, Baba Black Sheep, being such a fool, bought herself some groceries, 3 bags full. None for her mother, who gave her breath, all for the selfish one who eats herself to death. So the mother died of sort of malnutrition, and here the daughter is eating everything. She is a fat pig. Her sin is gluttony. These notes are so mean. Well, I guess he's killing people, so he doesn't like them. I'm convinced no one will be coming to retrieve the rhymes. I'm sure they're being left purposely, but by whom? The tree is in full bloom, and everything is great. And guess what? He was summoned to administer last rites for Bertha. Appears she choked to death on a fishbone. I realize it sounds indelicate, but I cannot say I'm surprised. There seems to be a lot of accidental deaths plaguing my parish in the last couple of years. I wonder if anyone else has noticed. It seems odd. He can't sleep. He's rereading the rhymes. He's sure there's something up there about the deaths. Now he's studied them. Each one has a date. I can't remember if the rhymes came before or after the people died. If they came before, it would suggest there is a murderer among us. So he's finally starting to realize these notes are related to the deaths. And now he sees the rosary for Bertha that he gave to Bertha is underneath the tree, like all the other trinkets. Try not to dwell on it, but I'm shaken to my core, he says. And then he says, Anna excluded, she tricked me into almost something, but I don't wish her ill will. To be quite honest, he says all the other people who've died have been sinners. Not Anna, I liked her, but I don't wish her anything wrong. He says, but who would be killing people just because I don't like them? Who would know that? If they were murdered, then the parish is better off, but who would have done this? To think that deaths are anything but accidental is disturbing. He checks the dates, and now he realizes, hey, the nursery rhymes I'm getting are happening before the murders, so someone is setting up these deaths to look like accidents. He's spending all his time studying people, trying to figure out who the murderer is, who's leaving these notes. He concludes it's got to be Thomas Blackwell. He never goes to confession, so he doesn't know his voice. He doesn't know why he's doing it, though. Does he think he's doing my bidding? It's Good Friday. He says, Mrs. Peters asked me to dinner again. She's a good cook. She dropped off some leftovers. Someone else came with a fruit basket. Again, Thomas Blackwell approached me about allowing him to invest my money. I've tried to be nice about it in the past, but he's definitely getting in my craw. Now that I have fingered him as the killer, I don't want anything to do with him. Talks to another friendly priest who is quite a pleasant fellow. Got a note from Claire. Father's ill. He asks Miss Peters, get a card for my father. She starts to ask questions about his family, and he says, mind your own business. Miss Peters gave me the cold shoulder this morning. So this woman who invites him to dinner, he says, mind your own business. She starts giving him the cold shoulder. I'm sure in time she'll realize I was correct in reprimanding her, but it doesn't really matter now. I just hope she sends that letter. I left a note for Miss Peter to send my father Father's Day card. He's probably back from the hospital. He delivers his sermon, Honor Thy Father. He says, why the hell is my sister not writing to her? I'm very busy. The least she can do is stay in touch. July 4th. Lots of crazies are out. Sat on the porch, make notes on tomorrow's sermon. As I was leaving the confessional, I heard movement on the other side of the screen. I sat back down, opened the slider. The sing-song mumbling began. I froze. I broke out in a sweat, and my heart began to race. Before I could stop myself, I left my side of the confessional, entered the sinner's side. To my dismay, no one was there. I stood in shock. On the seat lay the sealed note. With a shaky hand, I retrieved it and left the church in a run. I was compelled, once I was safely in my room, to open the note. The rhyme was titled Little Jack Horner. Oh, what Little Jack Horner, so smug a performer who is never a donor. He loves hoarding his goods from his friends. He just takes all their money, and he thinks it's quite funny that he never declares dividends. Arrogant bastard, pride is his sin. So this is about Thomas Blackwell, which we know who we know goes missing. So saw Thomas Blackwell with Miss Peters. I just kept walking. Quite a spectacle in town today. Looks as though Thomas Blackwell, the investment banker, has skipped town, taking with him a large amount of his client's money. I am relieved, as I am certain this marks the end of this nightmare. I now believe the people that died invested with Thomas, and he killed them off to take their money. So he's finally made sense of all this. It's Thomas Blackwell. He's the killer. He's killing people that invested with him. Case closed. That also makes Thomas the Whisperer. Now I can get on with my life. He says, I had the most restful sleep. I can't remember the last time I slept so sound. I feel a great weight is lifted off my shoulder now that the devil is cast out. I'm sure the parishioners could sense my inspiring tone. He goes to the tree, and guess what he sees? Thomas's ostentatious gold ring. I would recognize it anywhere, he says. The first time he shook my hand, I commented on it, merely to make conversation. I almost fainted. I knew immediately Thomas did not leave town. He is dead. The joy and relief I have been feeling dissipated. I put the ring with the other trinkets. I must hide them immediately. If they should be found in my possession, there is no explaining them. It has occurred to me, none of these people who have died were really God-fearing people. At least in my opinion, it stands to reason that religious tokens are not welcome in hell. So he thinks these people went to hell and all their tokens showed up at the tree because they're not going with them into hell. He's canceled confessions. He doesn't want any more notes. I need to figure this out. Thomas was my first choice, but that was wrong. No, not wrong. A test. A test of my intelligence, and I passed. I never really thought it was Thomas. He was too flashy. He couldn't sneak around to kill in secret. He loved people looking at him. He would welcome the notoriety. No, I knew it wasn't him. Claire telephoned. Father has died. I can't be bothered with Father now. I have to work on this mystery, he says. Can't believe Father picked now to die on more important matters. Why is Claire mad at me? He says, Jesus said, follow me and let the dead bury themselves. Now he thinks he's Jesus. Claire, damn her, she won't answer my calls or my letters. I've been there for her. She's not there for me. Can't she understand, etc. And now he's trying to think, who is this killer? Who is both cunning and ruthless? Who seems to know everything about everybody? It's Eva, the gossip. Eva Cortad. I've known it from the beginning. Her with her wicked tongue, snooping into everyone else's business. I'm sure she somehow unearthed my family history and set all this in motion. So she's found out about him, that's put the box, and now she's killing people, maybe trying to make it look like him. She's a vile and evil person. I saw her at Mass yesterday. When she turned her wicked smile on me, I all but vomited. So now he's called Claire, ask about the mother's box. Ask about mother's ranting. What does she remember? Save the souls, you can't save the sinners. That's what he remembers, or Claire remembers. Save the souls, you can't save the sinners. I think I remember her saying that. I do recall her retreating to the cellar for days. Of course, we were not allowed down there. As kids, when we discussed it, Claire thought Mother was writing in the basement. I'm sure that wasn't correct. I definitely recall curiosity is the unforgivable sin. I'm sure that was to keep us from opening her sacred box. She always said, I cannot touch you. I'm trying to spare you. But she has cursed me. She was my mother. How could she do that? Okay, remember he says, I'm just realizing now, remember there's a point at which he says, I can't remember when he held hands with Annie. He said, I can't remember my mother ever touching me, ever touching us kids. And now he's remembering the mother saying, I cannot touch you. I'm trying to spare you. Somehow the people that get touched have to die. Since Claire isn't helping me, but Claire is, she sent a letter, but he's just not paying attention to it. I should have done that in the first place. He's consulting his Bible. Submit yourself to God, resist the devil, he will flee from you. Everything I need to know is in the Bible. He says, I'm just going to focus on the Bible. It's all there. He woke in a terrible state, drenched in sweat. I dreamt of the whisperer. I still couldn't understand a word he said, but his laugh was quite unnerving. I doubt I shall be able to return to sleep this night. When I arose in the morning, I found a new sealed note. He says, my mind is reeling. I thought no one else would die. I've waited until the sunset. Now I must read what is in the note. And it says, very merry, quite contrary. See if I have this one. Very merry and so contrary. The tongue does wag with scorn. It spews the seeds of discontent, and thus the lie is born. This one just says, this one I had a hard time converting. And I just got something like she's a something witch. Where is the sin here? But it's the gossiper. And he says, someone must have entered my room while I slept. That's the only explanation. I must change my locks. So did I mistranslate this somehow? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I think this is it. But the chat says it's envy. Maybe this says like an envious. I wonder if this says an envious witch. Okay. The rhyme is definitely about Eva. Normally I would warn her, but what if she's the killer and this is a trick? If she is the killer and believes I'm onto her, I will most definitely be the next person on her list. I honestly believe she is the killer. I know it's her. I will not fall for her tricks. I'm reading the Bible. I came upon this thing. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion looking for someone to devour. He says, I must be vigilant. Miss Peter comes in. Guess what? Eva Cortad was laying in the front pew, dead. Mrs. Peter tried to wake her, only to realize her body was cold and stiff. She came to my cottage, and I called the authorities. I cannot believe Mrs. Peters would involve me in all this. After all, I was up late last night working on Sunday's sermon. She knows perfectly well that there's an emergency phone. She should have just called. Why bring me into it, he says. I can't sleep. My mind won't accept that Eva's dead. That cannot be. It must be a mistake. She can't die. She's the demon. She has to be the demon. She has to be. He gets Mrs. Peters to change all the locks. He's barely slept. He says, in hindsight, I suppose I should have warned her, but how was I to know she wasn't the killer? If she had been laying in wait for me, the parish would have been without their pastor. I think I made the right choice. He says, I'm sure the police will finally see the light. There's definitely a killer preying on my parishioners. Then he does his normal switcheroo. He says, of course, Eva wasn't the killer. My mind was preoccupied with pastor's duty, so I could not give my choice proper attention. She was just an irritating human being. October 13th, police were here again. They said they're looking into Eva's death. They as much as said, I'm their prime suspect. So the police are starting to suspect him. He says, they better never see my journal. They know she belonged to my parish and mentioned that it was odd that Anna Fenway, Lester Jackson, Hank Cowell, 3 cold cases were also members of my parish, in addition to the others that they don't even suspect. Here he is confirming it. I am their focus. The police think it's me. That is absurd. He's studying his Bible. He knows the answers are in it. Then things start to get bad. I have to figure out what's happening to me. I've begun to doubt myself and my beliefs. Am I crazy like my mother? Am I a murderer? Could it be possible that I suffer from a split personality, mild-mannered parish priest by day and killer by night? It simply cannot be a coincidence that I have handled each of their religious trinkets before discovering them later. So he's touching their religious items, and that's triggering him to kill them. It's possible that I somehow mark them for death. That sounds crazy. No, it can't be. That would mean, and here he is drawing a picture of sort of split personality. His skin is coming off terrible. And he's starting to go crazy. I wish everyone would respect my privacy. I'm doing important work trying to solve this. Could they just work things out themselves? I've barely slept since finding Eva's pocket rosary. by the tree. So this one's even. So we don't really have Anna's thing. Maybe this is Anna's, but it wasn't in the bag. I don't think we have Anna's thing. That's kind of weird that we don't have Anna's trinket. Anyway, he says, I can't believe I found it. I barely slept. I knew God would answer my questions. There'll be no more deaths. He's found in Matthew that there are 7 demons who entered my house. 7 sins, the 7 deadly sins. And yes, it was I who cast them out, but in God's name. I think I remember reading that he who helps save all men will come into the kingdom of God. That's why I was sent here, so I could rise. All right, let me just see here for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't have Anna's. Isn't that weird? It's kind of weird that we don't have Anna's. We just have the 6 from the other people. Why do we not have Anna's? The chat seems to remember that we did have Anna's. We had it earlier. Anna's was a gold chain necklace with a cross. It was there in yesterday's stream. Oh, now you got me nervous. Like, if we don't find her necklace, are we gonna get cursed? Are you sure? I mean, we've got the rosary. Where would it have gone? Now you guys are making me nervous. Well, hopefully we can find it then before we get killed by demons. All right, we'll come back to it. Now he's realizing somehow they're getting killed for good reason. It's very small. Is it wrapped up and combined with this one? Like, are these 2 different? That's what we were just told about. This was the bag of the found stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, I see. Thank you. Okay. All right, you were right. Boy, good work on the chat. So there is Anna's tiny little gold cross. It was so small, it was hidden in the bag. Okay, there we have it. We have the 7 items. Thank you to the chat. There are the 7 items for the 7 deadly sins of the people who got killed. Whew. Okay. Now, God is acting just like Claire, abandoning me when I need him the most. How can I save these wretched souls without his guidance? He says, I'm getting along fine without Claire. I'll manage without God. I passed his tests. I can do this. Then he says, on Halloween, it came to me in a dream. When I asked my mother what was in the box, she said salvation. That's it. Oh my God, I must dig out mother's box. All right, this is where it starts to get a little scary. I opened the box. There are strange items that make no sense. Among them, the now familiar sealed notes. Sealed notes. I think he's talking about these and this. One is open. It's clear that it's about my mother. It's dated February 28th. Okay, so that's not this one. This is it February 28th? No, that's the sealed one. I think this is where we got into a little bit of trouble and got confused. We don't have this one. It's just here. It's gone. It's missing. He's just telling us about it. That's very odd because we expected to find this in the box and it's not in the box. That seems like a mistake, but we won't get hung up on it. He's telling us about it here. It's Little Bo Peep. And he says, Little Bo Peep. Now, where is that one? I think that one may have gone on the floor. Oh, no. Yeah, okay. Little Bo Peep, the little lost sheep who won't touch or speak because you want to spare them. But in the end, you'll lose, and then the hate will surely claim them. And then this one decodes to curiosity is unforgivable. Remember, the rosary said curiosity killed you, and now he sees a note from his mother that was a few days before she died. And this is killing her. Curiosity is unforgivable. Jamie says his mother's is in the box. It's with the older music notes. Is it though? These are just music notes. It's not the encrypted message. Unless I've misplaced that one. These are just the mother's little music notes. Unless I've misplaced it. I mean, we are going to find these in a bit, but these are the older ones. So are these the ones that we're getting? All right, well, his mother's in the box. It's with the set of older music notes that have been in the secret compartment. Okay, well, maybe, I don't know what's happened. Then each cipher came with a music note. However, the cipher notes are all missing except Francis' note. Okay, I don't understand what this conversation is going on here, so I'm just going to skip it. You can tell me if you think that I've lost the cipher notes or if it's just we get the original music but we don't get this part. You can let me know if you think that we've seen them and I've misplaced them. Okay, anyway, I think this is missing, but we've got it here. Okay, and then he says there's also a sealed note, which is this one. He says, I don't dare open it. Damn mother. She almost dared me to open the damn box. All those years of warnings, this dilemma is on her, not me. I'm the victim here, and now I know someone has made me responsible for all the deaths. I know this because the box said so. My mother warned me, but never told me why. Why the hell didn't she just say the box is cursed? And he says, there must be an explanation somewhere, something to tell me what to do. The candle, holy water, the vial of what appears to be blood, and the chalice. In my mind, they all suggest a ceremony or ritual of some sort. I flash back to Mother's year-long stints in the basement. It is more than possible that an 8-year-old would confuse she's down in the basement writing with right. Did Claire mean right, R-I-T-E? Did she mislead me on purpose? I need to look up that definition. Rite, ritual, a religious or solemn ceremony consisting of a series of actions performed according to a prescribed order. Now I know what I'm looking for. Okay, so let me just point something out here. This is another little disconnect. This mentions candle, holy water, and vial. Now, I just want to point out, and chalice. The chalice was in the box, along with the, I got to be careful that this doesn't open, along with the vial of what appears to be blood, and the holy water. But oddly, the candle was in the false bottom. And here we are listening to this as if it was in the main box, because later he's going to discover the hidden stuff. So it's a little weird that it's talking about a candle, but we can see, I'm going to show you the items that were secreted at the bottom of the box. It was a little stand, an old wooden match, another old wooden match, and some sort of candle, some sort of black or blood red candle with a twine wrapped around it. Very weird. Looks like it probably sits in this stand. Okay, so he's saying this is obviously some sort of ritual going on. I don't like that he's mentioned the candle before he's mentioned about finding the secret compartment, but okay. He says, okay, it's a ritual. And then he talks about how Mrs. Peters is complaining about him. He's just become reclusive into his room. He's not doing any of the stuff. Everyone's complaining. The bishop reprimanding him. Miss Peters says the bishop keeps calling. He says, I've been through the box again and again. If I'm to perform a ritual, I need some guidance. The sealed envelope must hold the instructions, he says. I am forced to open it. And he opens it, and it's something terrifying. It's the music part, but also the cipher, the extra message. Oh, so dumb, Dora's son. Forever he'll serve a new master, the devil, I guess. Because he unsealed the box, his life was lost, and now he shall pay ever after. And he says, no instructions, it's a damn rhyme, a rhyme about me. I have marked myself for death. I knew I shouldn't have opened it. Now I must work quickly. It is I who will free the souls. I alone can save them from eternal damnation. I just have to discern how to do that. I'll take up the armor of God, that I will be able to stand up in the face of evil. Now, do we have a translation of that? The cipher, yes. Here is the cipher. And the secret message in here was, Mother always knows best. Creepy, right? Very creepy. So we have dates for each of these messages and the music for each of these messages. We just, most of them are missing their message part. All right, continuing here. He says, I found the ritual and read through it. We have not found any ritual, but he's found it. 1948, November 15. He says, I found the ritual. I read through it carefully. One of the steps is to bury the box. I'm aware there's an extensive tunnel system. I'm going to take the box, put in the tunnel system under the asylum. It'll be a good alternative to burying the box. I've heard tales of ghastly events, so I don't really look forward to going into the tunnel. Then he says, this evening after dark, I went down into the tunnel. Found it hard to breathe. Searched the walls. He found a depression that is just deep enough to conceal the box. That should satisfy the burial part of the ritual. I quickly retraced my steps, returned to the safety of my cottage. I don't relish having to return underground to leave the box in order to complete the ritual. I don't relish having to return underground to leave the box. So I guess he's found a place to put the box, but he hasn't put it there yet. Okay. And now he's going to start telling about the ritual, but we're going to take our little break here before we wrap up decoding the ritual. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Now, let's check in with the chat. He committed the sin. Okay, so this last sin where the note said, mother knows best, whatever. Jamie said he committed the sin of not honoring his parents, which he had earlier mentioned in a sermon. Melissa says he also kind of embodies all the 7 deadly sins in one person. The Galatians quote that was in the box describes what Francis thinks he is. Christ has redeemed us from the curse of the law, being made a curse for us. For it is written, cursed is every one that hangeth on a tree. That's the quote that we found here, which I don't really understand, this quote. Cursed is every one that hangeth on a tree. I really don't know what that means. All right, now before we go back into the diary for the final stuff, I do want us to deal with this. I don't think we're told about this anywhere in the diary. It's just in the box. So I think we might just assume this is the mother's crucifix, which the mother had in her box. And it's got a Pigpen-like cipher on it that we have not seen in anything else, but I think we have to decode this now. Now, one question is, what is its orientation? Because one of the features of the Pigpen-like ciphers, and there's a couple that are related, is that they're sort of different depending on the orientation. So here's our little Pigpen instructions, which we remember we've seen before. It's based on the shape of the outline. And then recently, we've been introduced to Rosicrucian, which is very similar. This is not a very good description of it for decoding. Like, you have to know that this is A and then dot, depending on where the dot is. But I don't think there's any sign that we have dots in multiple locations here, right? They're always sort of in the center. That makes it more like a Pigpen cipher. I also want to point out that the Pigpen cipher is described differently in different books. Like, look at this. Here is Martin Gardner's classic book. And here is this top secret book, which is much newer and more friendly. But look how this Pigpen is written with the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I in that order. And here we have a much more natural A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. It's totally different, but they're both called Pigpen. It does say here, Martin Gardner says, because it's still very popular, it's a good idea to write the alphabet in some unusual order, which only you or your friends know. Okay, but that's not very useful if we're going to decode it. Let's assume it's in this order, barring evidence to the contrary. So let's see if we can't decode this, whatever this says. Now, it sure looks like this is one line of message, but it's possible you're supposed to read it like this, like this. Let's see if we can make sense of this. Let's do the vertical one. Okay, so this is a U, if we're reading this correctly. This is a U. And then this is an H. So it already seems weird. And then we have an E. And then we have what? An R. And then we have an I. And then we have another U. This doesn't seem right, but maybe it will make sense when we break it up. Here, let me do it here. So there's the T is this one. And then we have an A. And then we have an L. This doesn't seem right, does it? If we were to decode the rest of these, we would get an F and then an I over here. And then on the other side, we would have an N. And then trying to see if that's a C or an L shape. Okay, that's definitely a C, backwards C, which is a D. Okay, so that looks like find her ritual. RITUAL. Find her ritual. Then what's this U? Like it does seem like find her ritual. Did we somehow get the T and the U in the wrong order? I think this is the U, and then there's the U and the T. So I think it's just a mistranslation. So if this was a T and this was a U, we have find the ritual. Okay, 100% find the ritual is what this says. This looks like just a mistaken, well, that for sure is the U, but it's supposed to be a T. I think it's just miscarved, or the person filled in with U and T had this slightly different. But regardless, that's a good lesson to keep decoding even when you think it's wrong, because it may make sense later. Okay, find the ritual. Well, that's perfect timing, because that's exactly what we're going to get to now. So only a couple pages left of the diary. Let's read them in full. Some of you may have left before we got to this. November 18, 1948, Thursday. I figured out what to do. It's up to me to make things right. I'm going to do what my mother should have done. Put the ritual where someone can readily locate it. For if the box should ever reappear, the person in possession of it may not be as sharp-witted as I. So I'll make it easy for them, committing the ritual to my journal where they are sure to see it, and by doing so, save my soul. After all, saving my soul should be their first obligation. Here is the ritual in its entirety. Now look what happens on the next page. November 19th, I just don't understand. This is not possible. When I open my journal, the ritual has disappeared right off the page. How can this be? If in its place is a tree. A tree, how? There seemed to be writing at the base. Could it be a message? Now, we looked at this. There's no writing. We zoomed in yesterday. No writing at the base of the tree. Kind of looks like there might be writing in the leaves, like that a W, but not really. Okay, let's listen to his ranting. There seems to be writing at the base. Could it be a message? I'm frightened. Once I've completed the rituals, I will return the instruction to where my mother had it hidden. The next person will have to unravel its whereabouts on their own. And then we see this weird drawing of things seeping out of the book. Okay, so she put the hiding place in the box was on the fake bottom. And there we found the candle, although the book seemed to say that the candle wasn't there. But more significantly, these were the items that we found hidden down there. Which is weird because these are not ritual. These are about the previous deaths. So that's very confusing. But then he says, the blood comes after the end. And that's, oh, we got a little bit more. I'm starting with Mother. She will be my test case. For her sake, I pray that it works. It is not what I expected, although I have to admit I don't know what I expected. I'm starting with Mother. Okay, so we think that one of these is for the mother, right? The 1935 one. So I think he's saying I'm starting with this one. That was his mother. 2/23/1935, Little Bo Peep. So he's saying, I'm starting with Mother. She will be my test case. For her sake, I pray that it works. It's not what I expected, although I have to admit, I don't know what I expected. He said, yes, I have saved her soul. Don't tell me what you're guessing yet. I believe once I've completed the rituals and saved the souls, I shall be spared. I'm doing God's work. He most certainly will have mercy on my soul. He who helps save all men will come unto the kingdom of God. I'm fairly certain that is how it reads. I hope she knows how lucky she is that I opened the box. Maybe she planned on me opening it. I'm sure she counted on me. Of course, it couldn't have been Claire. She probably knew. Mother probably confided in her, told her the box was cursed. I wonder if Father knew. He probably did. I'm sure that is why they have avoided me ever since I left home. I hate them all. Okay, 2 more pages. One match. She couldn't have been too concerned about having her soul saved, or she would have put more matches in the box. How did she expect me to save all the souls with one damn match? I walked over to the church and searched everywhere. I don't know what Mrs. Peters was thinking. She is so disorganized. I don't know why I've trusted her to help me run this place. She was never much help. She most certainly isn't a self-starter. I finally found 4 matches. 4. I will have to be very efficient if I plan on saving all of them. While in the church, I passed by the confessional. I could have sworn I heard shuffling inside. It stopped me in my tracks. I had no time to deal with anyone or anything that may have been the cause of the noise. To avoid passing by the confessional again, I exited out the side entrance. It was probably nothing. Last page. November 29, 1948, Sunday. The exhaustion is overcoming me. I'm no longer functioning sanely. I made one last trip to the tree. It is nearly in full bloom, while the other trees on the ground are bare. I have one more ritual to perform, then it will be out of my hands. November 25, I have done all that I can do. All that's left is to seal the box and return it to the tunnel. And here he has drawn this very creepy hourglass with the skull at the bottom, and he says, my job is done. And that's it. Okay, now, when we read this, we got confused. He says there's words at the base of the tree. We don't see any. He says he's trying to follow the instructions for the ritual. He's saying, I'm going to return it to where the mother had it hidden. Next person will have to unravel its whereabouts. So we looked, though. We could look again. It's weird because these were the only items that were down there. These other past souls. And he tried to save his mother. Okay. And then it says the blood comes after the end. That seems to be referring to anything. He's complaining about the matches. Okay. Now, I have a theory, but let's see if there's anyone in the chat. Okay, Jamie says I have 2 ideas. So without giving any ideas, does anyone, who has an idea? There's also this candle with this string was down at the bottom. And we haven't tried unraveling this string. So it's possible there's a message under this string. In fact, it looks like there might be something pink. So I think we might have a message wrapped around this candle. Any other theories? He said we have to unravel the location of the instructions. Do we need to take the string off the candle? Did he say we have to unravel? That is a very good observation. The ritual's disappeared. I'm going to put it where my mother is hidden. The next person will have to unravel its whereabouts on their own. That's a very good guess. Okay. So probably we have to unravel this. Any other thoughts? Okay, I guess we've waited long enough. If anyone has any other thoughts, they can let me know. And then I'm going to tell you what I think. So I guess if you have some thoughts, I think the blood comes after the end, so I wonder if this is part of it as well. I agree with that. Any other ideas? Let me tell you my idea. That sort of clicked with me. Okay, here's my thought. You're probably going to get, as I said, it'll start to make sense. So he says, he wrote the instructions here. He's turned around. They've turned into a tree. Then he says, there seems to be writing at the base of the tree. Could it be a message? We look, we see none. And now he's talking about how he has to do this ritual. This is the key to me. 1 match, he says. He's got 1 match to do the ritual. She must not have been too concerned if she only left 1 match. He goes looking and he finds 4. And then he says, I have to be efficient if I'm going to do it on 4. So what I think is it's heated message. I think that when we heat these pages, we're going to see words at the base of the tree. And I think maybe we may find words when we heat some of these pages. That's my guess. We even found some weird thing that made me think, I wonder if that page needs to be heated. Remember we found that one weird, so something that was weird. I wrote it down what page it was on. November 15th, 1947. There was a weird page here with a cow barely visible, and he says he sees a tombstone for Calantha Walker. And then we see this very dim picture of a cow. Like there was someplace else where we saw some very dim picture. But I wonder if the reason you need matches is because, yes, like a lemon juice message, exactly right. It's a message that only shows up when the paper is heated. So that's my thinking. That we're going to get ritual instructions written on paper, and it's going to appear when we heat it. But I suppose the first step would be to unravel this. All right, I'm unraveling this. I should point out that I'm a little like, do we really do this ritual? I mean, we don't. This guy wants us to save his soul. And then will our soul get damned? Like, maybe we don't want to do this ritual. I mean, we're going to read the instructions, but I think we should consider whether we should be doing any ritual to save this guy's soul. Okay. There's this black devil's candle. I don't like that. I mean, like, that's a bad sign already. Okay, let's just put it here. Let's see what we got here. Commit to interior of Bible thy surname and tomorrow's date. Employ waxed wick to heat penned stanza of rhymed verse. Inscribe disclosed name to enclosed slip of parchment. Place parchment in chalice. Add holy water to chalice. Should it vanish from sight, the damned soul is redeemed. Beneath the earth, bury the box in its entirety. Okay, so commit to interior Bible thy surname and tomorrow's date. So we're supposed to write our name in this Bible and tomorrow's date. Okay, that's the first thing we do. And then we heat the penned stanza of the rhyme verse. That sounds like it might reveal some information. But whose rhyme verse are we planning to heat? Is it our Francis's? I'm sorry, this is Francis's. So is it saying that we're supposed to apply heat to this to save Francis's soul? Employ waxed wick to heat pen stanza of rhyme verse, whatever rhyme verse you want to save. Then inscribed the disclosed name to an enclosed slip of parchment. That's what these white things are. We're supposed to write a name on this tiny piece of parchment. And then it says, place the parchment in the chalice, add holy water. Should it vanish from sight, the damned soul is redeemed. So I guess the parchment paper might go up in flame. And then we bury the box in its entirety. And we've saved the soul of Francis, I guess. But then someone's going to have to save our soul. And then that doesn't make use of the blood. What does he say about the blood? He said the blood comes after the end. But where is the end? Is it going to show up when we heat this? There is no the end. The blood comes after the end. The end is probably the final envelope. Maybe don't use the blood until the epilogue. How about the end of the Bible, Revelations? Oh, look at that. The end. We can see something sort of written in there. Looks like it says something, but after the end. What does it say there? The blood comes after the end. That is a very convincing word, the end. BJ Moneycut says, that last page was suspicious when we first saw it. Like, does a normal Bible say the end? So I just want to read this to understand what we're doing. He's going to save his mother. I will start with my mother. He says, once I've saved the souls, I shall be spared. Hope she knows how lucky she is. Then he says, one match. And then he says, how can I save all the souls with one match? He found 4. Okay. Then he says, I'm no longer functioning sanely. I've made one last trip to the tree. It's nearly in full bloom. I have one more ritual to perform. Then it will be out of my hands. I've done all I can do. All that's left is to seal the box and return it to the tunnel. My job is done. So, are we saving him or us? Once I've completed the rituals, I'll return the instruction. The next person will have to unravel its whereabouts on their own. I don't understand. Are we saving him? Are we saving us? DJ Monica says, I guess we save whoever we write on the paper. We should write our own name. Sounds like he saved his mother and the 7 that died, and he still needs to be saved. But does he say that? Does he say whoever finds this has to save me? I figured out what to do. It's up to me to make things right. Put the ritual where someone can locate it. I'll make it easy for them, committing the ritual to my journal where they are sure to see it. And by doing so, save my soul. After all, saving my soul should be their first obligation. Dennis says a normal Bible does not have the word "the end" at the end. I mean, he's a mean, horrible person. Do we want to save his soul? I'm a little bit confused about that. A little bit confused. We find the ritual. I mean, we do have 2 slips of paper. We could write my name and his name. The damned soul is redeemed. It's weird that he is not saving his own soul. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Dennis says, I would prefer your name and co-op for 2 members, just in case. 2 pieces of paper and 2 matches, 1 for him and 1 for us, or you. Well, I thought we were going to be heating paper, so I did bring this. I thought it might be easier for us to heat paper with an iron. Shouldn't we try putting the blood on the page first? The blood comes after the end. You don't think that means we should be doing that? You think that means we should be doing it now, Jonathan? You think we should be doing that now? The blood comes after the end? You want us to put the blood on right now? I wish I had a little paintbrush. I guess I can't tell if it's part of the ritual or some extra clue. Yeah, that's the problem we're up against. The one comes after the end. I just want to see if anything happens here. It's not quite warm enough yet. Blood comes after the end. I suppose it wouldn't. Is there a long Q-tip in the box? Yes, there is a long Q-tip with some blood on it. You think we should try? You think we should try putting it on this end thing first? All right, let's try it. I'm gonna put some blood on this thing and see what happens, but I think first we might need a little bit of wine here today. Okay. A giant demon comes out of the room somewhere and gets me. Just know I had a good time. Oh my God, something's happening. Can you see it? It seems to say Luke 11:33. Who is the person who said at the end of the Bible? That's the person who gets MVP for today. Okay, Luke 11:33. Got a lot of MVPs in this session, but okay, Luke 11:33, huh? This is making me a little nervous. Luke, page 86. Luke 11:33. 11:29. Okay, what are we gonna see here? 11:33. Luke. No man, when he hath lighted a candle, putteth it in a secret place, neither under a bushel, but on a candlestick, that they which come in may see the light. No man, when he hath lighted a candle, and putteth in a secret place, neither under a bushel, but on a candlestick, that they might come, that they which come in may see the light. Lighted a candle, put it in a secret place. Is it telling us to put it inside the secret compartment of the box? Surely not. That would start a fire. I think maybe it is saying that it's going to reveal hidden text. Maybe that's all it's saying. Let us write down in case we forget and lose it. Luke 11:33. Okay, it said something about putting a candle in a secret place. It almost makes me think we're supposed to put the candle in this wooden box, but surely not. No, surely not. Right? I mean, you could imagine that if you lit this secret compartment, that you might be able to see some writing. Put it in a secret place. I mean, let me just remove this stuff except for the evil tree. I feel like that evil tree might get us. So, like, there's the box, right? And there's the secret compartment. You can't really see in there, but I can see that it's empty. But I wonder if you tried to put the candle in there, is it conceivable you would see some hidden writing? Oh, I just don't see how. Like on the roof of that? It seems like that would be a recipe for starting a fire. The verse instructs us not to hide our light, but put it on a stand. All right, well, we have a stand. I think maybe it's just saying that it's going to reveal secret writing, but I guess it's conceivable that it could be talking about the box in general, like some writing at the base of the tree. Could it be saying that there's some secret writing here that would be revealed? Oh, let's set all these trees on fire. I thought it was going to be about putting the flame to paper to reveal some writing. Is it possible it wants to put the flame in this box? Like, you know, like that? Could just be a clue to look for the candle. I mean, I suppose we can just light it and move it around places. I thought that this modern thing was going to make our life a little easier. Like, if we heat up, I want this blood to spill. Let's look at this again. Commit to interior Bible thy surname and tomorrow's date. Employ waxwick. I guess if we're doing this, employ waxwick to heat pen stanza. So it sounds like we're supposed to heat the rhyme verse, which I guess is going to be his. I guess we're doing this. All right, let's just do it. Step 1. I'm going to put my name in here. What if we don't put our full real name? I mean, tomorrow's date is 11/1/2025. Okay. That was step 1. Step 2, employ the waxed wick to heat the penned stanza of the rhyme verse. Okay, that has to be his rhyme verse. I guess we're going to try to save this guy's soul. Can we do this instead? Does anything... Oh, look at that! It's disappearing the text. That's what's happening. It's disappearing the text. Okay. Let's do it properly then. All right. I don't want to set this on fire. Oh, some letters are still showing? Yes, I think some letters might still be showing. F-R-A-N-C. Let's start on fire. Okay, it says F-R-A-N-C-I-S, Francis. Can you see that? Francis, it says his name now. Okay, put that out. Okay, so we heated it up, and now we see just the letters Francis, F-R-A-N-C-I-S. Okay. So that was step 2. We heated the rhyme verse and we saw his name. Now, inscribe disclosed name to enclosed slip of parchment. Next, place parchment in the chalice, add holy water. Should it vanish from sight, the damned soul is redeemed. Now we don't have much holy water, and this is sealed pretty tight, but maybe we can make it work. Okay, so I'm taking the name and putting it in the chalice. Now we're adding the holy water. It's gone. Nothing left. It all melted. Should it vanish from sight, the damned soul is redeemed. So we've redeemed his soul. And now, beneath the earth, bury the box in its entirety. That's it. We've saved his soul. Now all we need to do is pack up the box and bury it. What about my soul now, though? Is someone going to have to find this box? But we can see if there's any other secret writing. I was curious about. Let me put some of this away. It says, I think since we don't have a cipher yet, we aren't damned, so a ritual for ourselves isn't needed. That's a good point. Like, we're not, like, schizophrenic crazy. So we're not damned unless this is about me. What if this one is about me? Look, it's this. This is me. This is what's going to get me. This is what's going to get me. I think maybe I just don't open it. Well, I thought there might be some secret writing to reveal on those crazy pages. Let me just put the iron here just to see what anything happened. Is it still hot? It's not that hot. It looks like there's no hidden thing that I thought maybe base of the tree. There is the solution letter, yes. All right, nothing's showing. I guess the only other thing that I'm a little bit curious about is if, but these didn't have extra words. Okay. I think we've done it now. So yeah, rather than opening this, let's read our solution letter. It says, do not open until you believe you have completed the experience. I feel like we've completed the experience, don't you think? Let's make sure we didn't mess up anywhere. We put my name in the Bible, tomorrow's date. We showed his name. We inscribed his name. We put it in the chalice. We added holy water. He vanished from sight. We just have to bury the box in its entirety, which I'll go do on my own. Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's take an 8-minute break. Assuming I'm still alive, we'll come back, we'll open this envelope, and we'll decide whether I should be opening this envelope. I'll see you in 8 minutes. You are watching Co-op for Two. We've been playing Root of All Evil. We're just about done. We've done a very elaborate ceremony. We think we've saved the soul of an evil, cruel person and maybe condemned my soul to hell. Not the most pleasant idea, but we have had fun doing it. Now, before we open this letter, there's a little bit of talk in the chat about this. I did think there was some puzzle with the priest photo and the numbers, either nothing or just more flavor. And I said, yeah, there could be still. Maybe each number is a letter. Dennis said, I know I thought it was a clue, but like the crucifix, no reference to it in the diary. I was thinking a book code. Are they just referring to Bible verses? That's what we thought. But actually, I'm going to pursue my idea here for a second. Let's imagine we have 3 columns of 4. Now, what if we map these to letters? 21 would be a U, 5 would be an E, 20 would be a T, 14 would be an N, 8 would be an H, 18 would be an R. So far not looking so great. 4 would be a D, 20 is a T. I mean, the fact that these are all under 26 is suspicious. 5 is an E. 5 is an E. 18 is an R. And 5 is an E. Under the tree. I think under the tree. Not sure exactly what that means. Maybe that's where he got buried. Under the tree, but we did figure it out. Dennis says, good job, Jesse. Just telling us to look in the false bottom of the box. I think you might be right. All right, so we've solved another puzzle. Have we solved them all? We don't know. But it's time to open the final letter. I'm drinking some wine from 2018. I don't know how it got into the house. There's a big stack of bottles of wine, and I'm not sure where they all came from anymore. And this is 2018. It just says red wine on the back. Nebbiolo, it says. What is Nebbiolo? 2018 red wine. Is that the grape varietal? Nebbiolo? Never heard of it. Berkeley, California. Is it the brand? Who can know? Tintero Long Nebbiolo. That must be the grape varietal. This must be the brand. It's a little strange to be drinking a grape that one has never heard of. Okay, here we go. We are opening this thing. I really hope that I'm not cursed. Okay. Do not open unless you've found the candle. So it's a little bit of a concern, like, are there people who still haven't figured out that there's a false bottom? Read the journal entry from November 19th. Did you use the blood after the end? We did. Okay. So within this envelope is another envelope. Do not open unless you believe you have had the full experience. And then inside is just an envelope that says, do not open until you found the candle. Let's see if there's another envelope in this. There is. This envelope says, do not open until you have the ritual. The blood in the back of the Bible, Luke 11:13, you will have to unravel its whereabouts. Okay, this is a cute idea. Envelope within envelope. All right, so far so good. Inside is another envelope. This envelope says, do not open until you've performed the ritual and saved Father Whitmore's soul. You must, to make the most of your experience, you must follow it step by step. Okay, so far we've done everything. We've saved his soul even though we weren't sure we wanted to. But I guess you saved the sinner. Okay, so now, no more envelopes. Historic tours, the village at Grand Traverse Commons, guided tours inside Traverse City's most historic landmark, the former Northern Michigan Asylum. Whoa, is this a real place? Surely not. It's got a website. We're on the Traverse Traveler app. Is this real? Okay, let's read this letter. Congratulations. We created Root of All Evil to be enjoyed without having to solve any of the puzzles or ciphers. However, doing so creates a deeper experience, allowing you to delve further into the story. We know how frustrating it is to question whether or not you got everything. We don't want to leave anyone wondering if they missed something, so here's a list of solutions and insights. Okay, let's see how many of these we got and how many we missed. The Rosary. Different beads and spaces create a message in Morse code. Curiosity killed you. We got that one. Crucifix. On the back of the crucifix is a pigpen cipher that implores you to find the ritual. We got that. Photo of priest. The hymnal board in the background has 4 rows of numbers. This is a letter number cipher. A is 1 and so on. The message reads down, then up, then down. It says under the tree. Okay, so far we've got all these. But look, we didn't figure out that there was a telegram code. The telegram was sent by Mark, and Dora died at 1531, so 331. Mark 1531 reads, he saved others, himself he cannot save. This is why it's up to you to find the ritual and perform it to save his soul. If some of you question whether or not his soul is really worth saving, we accomplished our mission to convey what an awful person he was. Okay, so it's just saying that if we had looked at this 1531, we would have read a little proverb, a little statement about he saved others, himself he cannot save. The blood comes after the end. After realizing that he was unable to leave the instructions to the ritual written in his journal, Francis concludes the entry with the blood comes after the end as a way to lead the reader to where the ritual was hidden by applying the blood to the final page. After the end, it revealed Luke 11:33, which reads, no man, when he hath lighted a candle, putteth it in a secret place, neither under a bushel, but on a candlestick, that they which come in may see the light. Rhymes. The pen portion of the rhymes use both regular and bold font that create a pattern. There is a clue referencing this on the first page of the journal, the quote from Sir Francis Bacon, who invented the Baconian cipher. Write down the thoughts of the moment. Those that come unsought are for are commonly the most valuable. The sealed letter from Claire further points to the cipher. Francis was too wrapped up in trying to find the ritual and save the souls that he never opened it. Decoding the ciphers reveal additional information about the person which the rhyme was written. Anna Fenway, she's a slut ruled by sex. Lust is her sin. An angry drunk, wrath is his sin. We decoded all these. Lester Jackson, killer greed is his sin. Frank James, a lazy, selfish boor. Sloth is his sin. Bertha Tanner, she's a fat pig. Her sin is gluttony. Thomas Blackwell, an arrogant bastard. Pride is his sin. Eva Cortad, an evil, envious witch. This is the one that I slightly mistranslated, but we figured out this is what it said. Dora Whitmore, curiosity is unforgivable. And Francis, for defying his mother. Now the box. Clues in the journal, the ritual is hidden. The message on the hymn board under the tree and the Bible verse 11:13 revealed by the blood are all referring to the box. Inside there's a tree burned into the bottom. To access the area under the tree, this is for you to figure out the false bottom. The ritual. The priest hints to where the ritual may be hidden in a journal entry, which reads the next person will have to unravel its whereabouts. The chat picked up on that. The Bible verse also points to it saying in a secret place, neither under a bushel, but on a candlestick. Hopefully, once you retrieve the ritual from the candle, you follow the steps, heat the written section of the rhyme about Francis, revealing his name, write his name on the small scrap of paper, put it in the chalice. Congratulations, you have saved his soul. We hope you enjoyed Root of All Evil and welcome any and all feedback you have to offer. We would also appreciate a positive review posted on our Root of All Evil Facebook page. So that's it for the conclusion, other than this little letter, which we can talk about in a minute. But let me take this opportunity to say what I normally say in these circumstances, which is that you could imagine publishers of games might be uncomfortable with someone recording a full playthrough of their game because they might fear that people will watch it instead of buying it. This is an expensive game. Obviously, a huge amount of work went into producing it and writing the diary. This is a very deluxe experience. One way that we can create a win-win situation for everyone is if the viewers of the channel, when they play a game with me that they enjoy, is if you go leave a positive review. Every positive review, these are independent, small, tiny companies, couple of people making these games. They have no advertising budget. They don't have a big advertising budget. It's very hard to get the word out. Word of mouth means a lot to these companies. So whatever fear they might have of lost revenue from people watching this stream instead of buying the game, you can more than make up for by leaving a positive review. And I really do think this was a positive experience. One of a handful of these deluxe narrative games. So take a moment, go leave a positive review for future players, and then everyone is happy. Yeah? Okay. Now, we are going to talk about the experience, the positives, the constructive criticism. But before we do, we have to decide what we want to do about this. Because I have not read the contents of here. I ripped it while I wasn't sure what it was, but I did not read it. So, and I didn't break the seal. Okay, so I am not cursed yet. I'm a little bit concerned about maybe I should not be opening this. It has got the seal. This is normally where, like when Francis opened this, he got cursed. So I wonder if we should not be opening this. If I don't open it, I don't get cursed. If I open it, I might get cursed. In for a penny, in for a pound, Jesse. It's only your mortal soul at stake. Don't you want to know what your sin is? Claire's letter had the seal too. Claire's letter didn't have the seal. Oh yeah, it did. Claire's letter wasn't a curse and it did have the seal. That's weird. All right, well, let me tell you why I'm not too scared of opening it on reconsideration. If I open this and I'm cursed, I feel like I can put out a request on YouTube for someone to put my name in the chalice the next time they play this game and save my soul. So if I'm cursed, surely someone will watch this video and play this game. But if they watch this video, they won't be playing the game. I mean, I do have another piece of paper here. I could write my own name if I get cursed. But I think we all are in agreement. It's going to be curiosity is the sin. Dennis says, today is the Feast of All Saints. We are all saints today. All right, let's open it. This is a tale of modern life. Like, this is a little bit of a metaphor of modern life. This is a little bit like this symbol. Like, this is YouTubers selling their souls for viewers. Is that what's happening here? Is a YouTuber selling his soul for the sake of the viewers? What have we got? Broken pieces of a matchstick. Yep. It's a verse. Lizzie Borden. Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. And when she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41. It's just a small old wooden box. It has a warning on the top. But because of curiosity, you pretended not to see. So now you've let the evil fly, and now so many more shall die. You guys had to have me open this. You had to see it, huh? You had to have it, huh? You had to have the full experience, and now I'm gonna pay for it. 10110011011000010001000. That's the first line. Does that look bolded? 1 0 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6. And we have a bold, and we have two non-bold, bold, non-bold, bold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1. Then we have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a 1 on a 1, 0, 0. Third line, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 0. Guess that's a 0. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1. That's our message if we want to figure it out. I mean, you've cursed me. No, it feels like we should figure out what this thing is. I mean, I guess it's going to say what it is. We know it's curiosity that got me. But if we wanted to figure out, it feels like maybe I should use the online tool to do this. It's every 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. I'm not going to spend the time to decode it. I'm too concerned that it will just take up too much time to do it. But maybe someone can do it. All right. Well, you guys have doomed me. You guys have killed me. So if you are watching this and you're playing the game, I'll just leave a little comment. If you don't mind, can you write my name on that spare piece of paper? And don't open your letter when you get it. Melissa said she didn't get that letter. Dennis said the creators of this game are a little twisted. My goodness. Don't you think the match in the envelope is to do the ritual again? I mean, it's all burned up. Do you think I can do the ritual and save my own soul? It can't hurt, right? It can't hurt. All right, bear with me for a second. There's a couple more minutes in case it might save my own soul. I mean, I know that you may not want to sit and watch this. We want to talk about the game. We are going to talk about the experience in a second, but Let me just spend an extra couple of minutes here saving my soul if it's possible. So is there any chance? Oh, holy shit. Look at that. Wow, that's creepy. Wow, it's my actual name there. Holy cow. I did not expect that. Okay. Now I'm not messing around. I would like my soul to be saved now that I see my actual name written there. Thank God we have one more piece of magic paper. J. Okay, there's my name. You need to run down and grab some new holy water. Well, luckily I poured it back in here just in case we might need it. There's not much left though. And it is thick. Let's use this stirring thing. Oh, please disintegrate. I really would like my soul to be saved. It's like a gel now. Okay, I think we did it. It says as long as it's gone. Alyssa says painted with the soul of the crazy priest. Well, that may be true, but at least we're going to heaven. At least my soul has been saved. It's a little gummed up. It's a little tainted, but it did work. Whew, we had just enough holy water. Close one. All right. Well, let's pour this back in case we need to save someone else's soul. That looks a little bit corrupted. The fact that that had my name, that was a little scary. Okay, you know how this works. Let's take a 3-minute break. We'll come back and we'll talk about the experience together. If you've joined me for these 2 nights, 5.5 hours last night, 4 hours tonight, I hope you'll stick around and talk with me, share your thoughts. I'll see you in, what did I say? 3 minutes? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Okay, well, we've made it to November 1st. We've survived another Halloween. And we spent together probably about 9-10 hours playing through The Root of All Evil, a deluxe escape room experience game. And now we're going to talk about it. Let's see what the chat has to say. It delivered on the promise of an epic experience. It was fun, which is most important. I love the comprehensive puzzle solution letter. Melissa says, if only the priest had his own steam iron, he could have saved everyone and himself, and no one would be in this mess. DJ Moneycut says, still unclear on some narrative points. What was going on with the tree? Was he insane? Confused on quite a few things, actually. Jonathan Warner says, definitely some deluxe production. Morse code rosary was clever. Story definitely had plenty of creepy elements. Perry says, as a game, I have mixed opinions, but I think it would make a good movie with Nick Cage as the crazy priest. Melissa says, yes, the end was very abrupt. No info on what actually happened to the priest. No wrap-up. I don't like so many puzzles were of no help, just flavor. We could have immediately found the false bottom and the ritual. But according to the solution, that was intentional. John says, only nitpick is I would have liked to have found the main character a little more compelling. Devs say they wanted you to feel conflicted about saving his soul, but not sure it quite worked for me. Dennis says, I would have appreciated a little more narrative at the end. Melissa says, for us, it was an enjoyable story, but didn't really feel like a game per se. DJ Money says, I would prefer that each puzzle was necessary to open the secret compartment, maybe finding a key or something. Well, okay. So, a couple of different tracks here. One is the experience, and one is and the narrative, and the other is issues of it as a game. I can see the point of saying that none of the puzzles and the ciphers was necessary to solve it and play it. Clearly, the authors had that in mind. The solution letter says we didn't want any of the puzzles and ciphers to be required. You could have played through this without solving any of those little puzzles, right? That whole list of things, this very nice letter of all the things you could have spotted. And we have such a good group here. It's such a joy to play these games with this group that takes it so seriously and takes our time that we found all of these, except for the one in the Telegram, which is not really a puzzle. But you could have missed a bunch of these, and we could have missed a bunch of these, and it wouldn't have affected solving the game. And I guess that doesn't really bother me. I agree, in an ideal game, you need to solve these in order to finish it and get to the right ending and solve the last piece of the puzzle. But I think it's completely fair to say that this wasn't meant to be that. This was much more of a narrative experience. And I think as a deluxe narrative experience, it did succeed in spades. I mean, there's some very cool stuff here. The blood on the last page after the end, the flame melting and spelling the name, that is some really fun stuff. So I think, and almost normally with these kinds of games with high production value and items, I look at them and I say, I don't need the 5-pound ceramic mug that has nothing to do with the case, right? I don't need the promotional baseball hat that has nothing to do with the case. This one, all of these items were very creepy and added to the creepiness of it. Like this pouch full of all the 7 dead people, their little trinkets. I love that, and that adds a lot. For a game that's really about creepiness, the high production quality of the photos of these trinkets, of this nice diary, that all worked to enhance the experience. So like this is a good example of where the money put into the production absolutely enhanced the experience. I do have a little bit of a critique about the code used. I think in general, if the focus is supposed to be on the narrative experience, I think it's probably a mistake to use a code that is basically impossible to solve without going to the internet, researching it, and then using a tool to help you decode it. And that's especially dangerous when decoding it just gives you a little bit of flavor. Like none of the deciphered messages did anything but give us some creepy flavor. But I do think that was a weird choice to never tell the player how to decode it. And the only way it would be able to be deciphered is if you did an internet search and were flexible enough to figure out that it was the Bacon cipher. Now, it was cool because it was a steganographic cipher that hid the message in plain text. There was a little bit of a clue in that this message mentions Francis Bacon, but you couldn't solve that without doing internet research. That's a little bit troubling to me. Same thing even with the Morse code. I think if your intention is to make a narrative experience, you might have been better off having the end of the diary or the letter saying, hey, I figured it out. Here is how to decode it. So that players get the full experience, even if without searching the internet, without finding that. So that's my gameplay criticism about that code. It's also a very fragile code, and a code that even if you knew it, you really need an internet tool to help you decode it in any reasonable amount of time. I thought the ritual was great. Okay, let me make 2 more comments, but let's check in with the chat first. I have 2 more other big comments to talk about. Elle says, I love this experience. Very well done. Thank you. Do Crack and Nut offer any hints? I don't think there are hints, but I don't know what the website... I haven't found the website, but I don't think it does. I know they make 2 other games. One is a sci-fi game, and one is a classic cold case. I'd be very interested in playing both of those on the channel. Okay, now, a couple more comments. Let me talk in general about the main source of frustration that I had while playing the game. And it's not the only time we've experienced this kind of thing. And that has to do with some guidance about what order to tackle things in. And it was weird not knowing, like whenever there's some false bottom, you could see huge amount of efforts went in to make sure no one finished the game without discovering the false bottom. But as experienced players, the first thing I notice is this false bottom. And then I have to ask myself, should I be opening that right now? Should I wait? Like, there's lots of these games where an experienced player could almost jump to the end and anticipate it. And I've gotten burned on that, so I've tended to wait on that. Wait when we see stuff that could be discovered. And I do think there was a little bit of a missed opportunity here to have more of a conversation about the structure of how you should approach the game. And maybe related to that is when we open this and we've got this box, and the postcard introducing it to us says what? It's very vague. It doesn't sound like it's telling us why. It doesn't tell us why we have this box. It just says your first objective is to solve the ritual. And I think you would be better off with a game like this speaking to the player and saying, "Dear so-and-so, we're sending you this box because your name was on some list and we need your help figuring it out. Or you've asked for this box, here it is, and here's what you should do. You should open it, and here's where it came from, and here's your relation to it, and here's, what we expect of you." Sort of frame it better. And then I think what would have worked better is if the diary was a little bit more back and forth about this box. Like when we read this diary, which is the star of this whole show, amazing, this diary, I kept waiting for him to be exploring the box and telling us about the things he's seeing in the box and relating them in words to us so that we could match up what he's talking about with items in the box. And that happened partially, like with these items, but then there were other items that were just in the box without any reference to them. They never came up in the diary, and we were left wondering, like, when do we open it? Are we gonna hear about it? Are we not gonna hear about it? And I do think that's a little bit of a missed opportunity. Like, here's this letter to him that's November 1948, but should we be reading this and opening and breaking the seal at the start of the game, at the end of the game? I just wanted a little bit more of a interactive experience guiding when we looked at stuff and read stuff, and a little bit more of him reflecting on it. I think it would have been more fun if he's like, there's this crucifix, it belongs to my mother, it's got some code, I don't know what the code is. Like, I think there was an opportunity to talk about these things that might have been a little bit more satisfying when we figured it out. Okay, I have two more things I want to talk about. Is there anything more from the chat first? Let's see. Melissa says they don't offer hints. I just checked, just a basic order our games. Puzzles not being required to win does reduce frustration, which is understandable. That's a good point. How does this compare with other deluxe games like Messenger and Witchery Spell? That's a great question. Let me table that and come back to that in a minute. Let me just finish my two other things here. For me, during Halloween, what I want is a creepy, spooky experience. And I think that's the strongest point of this whole thing, is how creepy and spooky and unpleasant our main character was. I thought that was very cool, and how we slowly came to suspect him as being the killer, and him going crazy and the notes left by himself, or is there a curse? To me, I just love that. I love the ambiguity of how crazy he is, whether there's a supernatural element to the story. It looks like the game is sort of having it both ways. He is distasteful. Is he the killer? It seems like he is, but it also seems like there's some supernatural element of the tree. So I love that. And I love all this writing. For me, I don't know how well it comes across on the stream, but for me, this is so engaging. Like, by the time we went through here, we heard about all these people, and it's kind of a nice change of pace. Instead of getting a sympathetic main character who's suffering that we want to save, here we got a person who is really unpleasant and crazy. And I really enjoyed that. So I enjoyed the whole way it was told, the amount of narrative, and I enjoyed the change of structure in terms of having a guy that's sort of unpleasant. The only oddity there, though, as has been mentioned by the chat, is how we're following him, figuring out he's a killer and insane. And then it seemed at the very last minute, it's like, you should save him. No discussion of why you should save him. No discussion of him being a good guy in the end. So it was a little bit of a weird feeling. Like, we wanted to ask ourselves, it was a disconnect from this evil guy. And you might think that it would be more sensible for the end ritual to give us an opportunity to banish his soul to hell and save other people. So that was a little weird. That was a little weird and felt a little jarring. We didn't feel like we should be at the end saving this guy's soul. I can see there's some comments from viewers about what really happened here. Was he really crazy and killing these people? Is there a supernatural element? I guess and what's going on with the tree? I guess I'm a little more accepting of an ambiguous ending of how much is supernatural, how much of it is him being a crazy killer. So I don't have problems with that part, but I do have a little bit of a problem with he's a killer, and then a screeching halt that we're going to save everyone and save him. A little weird. The chat says we should take a moment to appreciate how cool this letter was that we anticipated being the curse for me, and how amazing it was that when we put the flame to it, it actually spelled my name. That was kind of crazy. That was totally unexpected and extremely cool. Melissa says not everyone got this final letter, so I don't know what that's about. This came quite a bit, like months after the game arrived. Months or even longer. I don't know. Like, it was a long time after I ordered the game. Okay, anything else to talk about? So overall, really an outstanding narrative experience, an outstanding deluxe creepy experience that is great. Only a few constructive criticisms that relate to enhancing the experience. Tell give the players more motivation for who they are in this story. You have received this box, here's what we want from you, or here's where you play in. And then a little bit weird ending in terms of why we're trying to save his soul. Feels like maybe we'd be better off trying to save the souls of the other people and condemn him to hell. But maybe he was just a troubled guy. Okay, we should call out how cool that final letter was with your name. Are there a bunch of people who buried this in their yard? I wonder. How does this compare with other deluxe games like Messenger and Witchery Spell? So let's talk about the second. Messenger was similar in terms of having a big diary. The Messenger is much more of a puzzle game that requires serious puzzle solving to get to the end, but a similar deluxe sort of experience. Witchery Spell is a less of a deluxe experience. It does have a little bit of a ceremony involved, but much more of a sort of cold case. Not as deluxe components in Witchery Spell, but still a pretty deluxe experience. Those are all very deluxe experiences. Witchery Spell, The Messenger, and now Root of All Evil. I guess you would say that Root of All Evil is much more of an experience where there are ciphers and codes to solve, but you don't have to. Whereas The Messenger, really you have to solve those puzzles to move along. Is also very creepy story. And Witchery Spell, somewhere in between, less deluxe, much less creepy. Much more of a fun, supernatural, cold case game. Not nearly as adult creepy as this one. Or The Messenger. I don't know where I would rank this versus The Messenger. Didn't one verse say the priest saved the other's soul but couldn't save his own? That's why we needed to save his? Something like that. Something like that. But it is weird that we think he was the killer. That was fun. I mean, that's such a fun idea that we were following this preacher and he's getting these messages and he turns out to be the killer and how he's getting these trinkets. I mean, that is such a good sort of setting for a creepy horror movie. Especially in the beginning, he's falling in love with this girl. I was thinking this girl is the devil or she's bad. He's drawing these lewd pictures of her. Then she turns up dead and he's like, it was a test. Those were some great moments of that diary. That is really, I mean, that is a real accomplishment to and some real confidence and vision to write such a long, intricate diary where he's getting these gifts from these parishioners and he's always got stuff to complain about and he's drawing little pictures. I mean, this is exactly what you want when you want a sort of creepy experience. Look at him drawing this girl, Anna. That is like that makes your hair stand up. Like it's uncomfortable in a creepy way. I wonder if you could have make him the villain in the end. It's just it's a little bit of a weird thing to be saving him. Messenger left us with several unanswered questions which drove me nuts. This wasn't as heavy, but I think I prefer it. Melissa says, I honestly would have liked it if we had a little back story saying he had been committed to the asylum and now was stuck in a cell in a straitjacket. That's not a bad idea. It's a good point that it's a little weird that we never hear what happened to him. He sounds like he's tired. Maybe it would have been more interesting for him to have been locked up in jail for life. Dennis says, using the 7 deadly sins was a pretty cool way to off folks. Yes, I agree with that. I did enjoy him sort of going crazy. And I loved his, like, as I said this before, but I really like that this was a different way. Our protagonist was a bad person and crazy. And I like how he was always like, I know who it is. It's this guy. And then a couple days later, that person shows up dead. He's like, I never really thought it was this guy. What's this? There's a movie about that called Seven. I mean, Seven is one of the greatest movies ever made. If you haven't seen the movie Seven with Brad Pitt, one of my favorite movies of every time. Did we want to check out that website about the asylum? Is it it seems like it's a real site. Is it a real site? Where is the card? It says www. The Village TC. Welcome to the village at Grand Traverse Commons. Shop, dine, explore. Our history. It feels like it's real. Farmers market. Be part of history. Subscribe. Dine. This feels like a real place. Award-winning brewery. This must be a real place. This is clearly a real place. So they wrote this story based on a real place. The Sweet Asylum. You can buy candy, underground toys. Okay. Very cool stuff. We may be running out of these. I don't know what we're going to do on the next Halloween. There aren't that many. I'm not sure there's any left for us to play. But maybe we'll find something. And it says, all those people were sinners, deserved to die. Still, someone needed to save their soul. So even the priest is a killer. We need to save his soul. All right. Well, I mean, I'm a sucker for the diary. Anytime someone wants to make a game where you've got a book-length reading of a diary of someone committing crimes and losing their mind, I'm in. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for joining me for all of October. I think we've played about 60 hours here in October, 2 hours a day, every day on average. We'll be taking a couple days break and then we'll get back to normal. But boy, I had a blast. Thank you again to Jonathan Warner. Thank you again to the Patreon supporters. Thank you to everyone who's joined me and helped me solve this case. I would not relish the idea of trying to play these games alone. In fact, I wouldn't. I wouldn't play them alone. You guys make it fun. All right. I'll see you next time.